the screen, I can run it from here too.
Okay, I could see if I can do that. I don't know if I can do it one by one. I think it's either all or none.
Okay, hold on. Let me go into that.
Yeah. And that's
okay.
when we're concerned about security.
Okay. Never mind then. I'm going to log that one out.
Okay. Hi, Cindy. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, Matt. Nice to see you.
Thank you. I see people trickling in from closed session, so we're getting close.
Missed the walk across the parking lot, Matt.
Oh, really? Does everybody get up and go around their seat now or something?
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Bruce.
I'm trying to get on my computer and I'm having not good luck. And so I'm on the phone until I get better computer connection.
Okay. I made you the co-host, but until you get on your computer, I can do the allowing people to speak if you want.
Yeah, I'll ask you for help if I need it, but I think I'll be okay on the phone as well.
Okay.
I'm trying to get on my computer and I'm having. Hello, Doug. Hello, Terry.
So
I'm on the phone until
we'll
I get
have a lift-off.
computer connection.
Okay. I made you the co-host, but until you get on
Hello,
your computer,
Paula.
I can do that.
Paula, you have your hand up already.
Allowing people to speak if
Hey,
you want.
Bruce.
Hello, Adam. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Doug. All right. Well, it is 6:31 on my clocks. So let's get started with some of the sort of housekeeping. Good evening, everybody. This is the April 21st City Council meeting, and we're doing it via Zoom. We've just come out of closed session, and Bob Rathie, I think you're with us.
I am indeed. Can everyone
Can
hear me?
you summarize for us our closed session? Yes, we can.
Yes, sir. The council met in closed session on the matters listed on the agenda this evening. That was two items of anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, and there was one item of potential exposure to litigation. Council received information and provided direction on those matters, and also discussed one matter of real property negotiations regarding what is known as the Imgen Parkway landfill site. Again, information was provided and direction given. There was no reportable action taken this evening in closed session. One item was added to the agenda earlier for the closed session, and that was an additional item of anticipated litigation. And there was information provided and direction given on that item with no reportable action taken. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Gail, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank you.
And, yes. And to the 21 members of the public that are joining us right now, hello and good evening. We're going to turn it over to all of you. Each of you has up to 4 minutes for special announcements or things that are on your mind that you'd like to tell us about. If you can use the raise the hand, raise your Zoom hand. And Matt, why don't you go over how they do that, just in case anyone's new to the Zoom format.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if you're on the computer and you look on the right-hand side, you're going to see a long list of names. At the bottom of that list should be the option for you to raise your hand. You can also lower your hand once you're done speaking from there. When you're recognized, we will allow you to, we'll turn it on so that you can speak during that time. If you're just on your phone, you can do raise your hand by hitting *9 on your keypad as well.
All right. Thank you, Matt. And let's go then to Nancy Amadeo. Hello, Nancy.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to let the council know today the CDC made an announcement regarding, the director of the CDC made an announcement regarding COVID-19 and the concern that the fall and winter could end up being much worse than now because we will be combining the COVID-19 health issues with the flu season. And I just thought the public should be aware that this is likely going to get much worse before it gets better because of the combination of two serious illnesses going on at the same time that could seriously impact our healthcare system and specifically our hospitals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nancy. And Vanya Thompson, thank you for your emails and for joining us tonight. Why don't you go ahead and let us know what's on your mind?
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any new information regarding what sheltering resources are available to Marina and the Peninsula for untested, not COVID-19 positive, unsheltered homeless population.
Thank you, Vanya. And I saw Wendy Askews, who's the legislative aide to Jane Parker. I saw her response to that question. And my take on it was there are no new facilities for homeless individuals. There are only the same facilities that have been in existence prior to COVID. Unless someone has COVID-related complications, then there are some facilities that would take care of those needs. But that is a county social service that's usually provided. And Lane, I'll ask our city manager within the city of Marina, has anything changed as far as sheltering opportunities for folks that are homeless?
No, you're correct. My understanding is there have been no new resources allocated from the county for the homeless. The focus really has been on the COVID-19 homeless. However, our Veterans Transition Center provides a lot of resources to the homeless, and so we would, if they qualify for the Veterans Transition Center, to please contact the VTC. Otherwise, that just continue to contact the county resources. 911 is still a great number that anyone can call, and a homeless person or somebody knows a homeless person, and to get aligned with whatever county resources are available.
And did you mean 211, Lane?
Right.
Yes, correct, 211.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Lane. All right, Greg S.
Thank you.
Maybe. Thank you, Vanya. Greg S. or Greg Simons, perhaps? Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, this is Greg Simmons. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I hope everyone's keeping well, and I'm again impressed with our city leaders, how hard everybody's working, even with a time like this. I'll try to be quick. I'm not in favor of the item for 11D, consolidation of the design review board and the tree committee. I think the public would like to hear.
Greg, let me interrupt you because we
Yes.
will discuss that in turn, but this is for public
Yes.
comment, not on the agenda.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. In any event, that was my one comment. I have one other quick comment. At Lac Padune, this may not be the top of anybody's list, but a lot of the public is using that area to go walking. And it just seems to be getting a little chaotic down there. There's a woman dumping 10 pounds of sugar on the sidewalk. She says she's feeding the ants. There's another woman who walks around with a knife in her hand. I don't think she's dangerous. She's using it to chop vegetables to feed rabbits and skunks and wildlife. She's there almost every day. She's actually even scared somebody when they saw her with a knife. I wasn't frightened because I knew she was just chopping vegetables, but it's odd and it's weird. And I would think we could even have a little police presence down there to just kind of look around, so people will know that it's a regular place. And at some point, I think we ought to be thinking about putting some some "Don't Feed the Wildlife" signs down there. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And can you confirm the location?
This is in the section below the library, so down towards the wetlands, along the trails, near the parking lot, and then the loop trail kind of at the bottom. It's been going on for weeks or months, but it just seems to be getting a little weird right now.
All right, thank you. And the reason I wanted to ask is because when the comment section is over, we'll have a response from the city. And so thank you very much. Let's next go to Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, you still with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to echo Mr. Simmons' comments. I've also seen the female at Lock Padden Park feeding the ants. And it reminds me that there are actually signs up at that park that talk to not feeding, at least I think the fowl or the waterfowl, which is something that I've never seen enforced in the city of Marina and has always been a concern of mine. So it's a great opportunity just for me to speak to that as well. I think that there's a time and place to feed the ants and the ducks and everything else, but probably at that particular park is not the time nor the place. So I hope that we can look at not only enforcing the not feeding the ducks as at the park, but also not dumping sugar everywhere. Both me and Mr. Simmons have seen firsthand. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm not seeing other hands up except for Greg. So let's go to you, Greg, and then there are some other hands coming up. Greg, we're working on it. Okay, Greg, you should be good to go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Greg. Thank you.
Okay, I hate to sound like Debbie Downer, and I feel like when I joined the meetings here recently, I have come across that way, but I am really concerned. What I'm mostly concerned about is the lack of compliance for what the state and the county have required. And what I don't understand, and I really would not like to hear because the county hasn't required it, is why the city has not been more proactive at, for example, doing what many of the cities and counties in the Bay Area have done, which is to require masks. I had an old boss, and his kind of risk management policy was get ugly early. In other words, get ahead of it. And the peak from what Dr. Moreno has said is going to be mid to late May. So we haven't seen this hit our community yet, but we can get ahead of it. I just went into Mountain Mike's earlier tonight. I stood 2 feet across from the counter from the employees there to pick up a pizza. 2 feet across, no mask, no shield, no gloves. I've walked into the hardware store where they have lines marked on the floor 6 feet apart. However, when you walk into that store, there are choke points. You're walking literally within a foot of somebody. There have been plenty of laser studies out. There's one in the New England Journal of Medicine from about a week ago that shows that when people breathe and they expirate, they basically release a lot of moisture. So the bottom line is we really don't know what we don't know at this point. Nobody knows. In fact, the researchers are finding more and more out about some of the tragedies associated with this virus. Broadway dancer just had his leg taken off, a Tony Award nominee, 42 years old, incredible story. The bottom line is nobody's particularly safe from this. And I do not understand, since the city police department is overtasked and is not enforcing this, why does the city not get ahead of this and require more precaution? Okay, it's a simple question. The other thing is I wanted to ask is, I wonder if Mayor Pro Tem Morton or Council Member O'Connell would be able to touch upon what recently happened at a forum meeting that could save the city a significant sum of money in terms of the bond issue that the county wanted to extract 4% from the city, a couple of cities, Marina and Seaside. I think that meeting was notable for who wasn't there, but I would like to know if unless it's premature to comment on it, what exactly happened and what we could possibly look forward to in terms of the savings of millions of dollars, which they really are responsible for championing. The last thing is I would like to know if there's a possibility of the bag ordinance being revisited. When that was originally adopted in March of 2015, Mayor Pro Tem O'Connell, or he may have been Councilmember O'Connell, lobbied very hard to get that 10-cent fee into the hands of the city where they could establish a fee or a fund that could be used in situations just like we have today. By my kind of very loose calculations, that fund could be anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 now. I know that money could be useful in a number of ways. Why that wasn't done, I don't know why the mayor objected so strongly against it. Maybe there's some answers, but I would like to know if that could be revisited. That fund would be very productive in today's environment. That's all I have. Thanks very much. Oh, by the way, I wanted to compliment Mr. Seacrest on the website. The games that he put on there, I think that's wonderful stuff. It's a great website. Whoever's been working on that, kudos to everybody, but particularly to Terry, I thought those was very creative. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And let's go to Paula Pillow.
Bruce, it's very quick. I just wanted to let you know that all we're seeing is your ceiling and top of the head. So I think you need to reorient your screen. Thank you.
Yeah, I got your message, and I'm definitely having technical difficulties between two different computers and a phone. So it's going to be
weird.
I'm working on it. Thank you, Paula.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Karen next. Go ahead, Karen. Karen, you might be on mute on your end.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to say tomorrow is Earth Day, the 50th anniversary, and Marina didn't get to hold our big party last Saturday, but on Nextdoor, you will find a great substitute for sheltering in place and doing Earth Day activities for all ages. Second, coming from a law enforcement primary family and an ag family too of origin. But for law enforcement, I came of age during the AIDS crisis, living in San Francisco and working in the healthcare industry, and wanted to say that what came out of that was the universal precautions, and I did hear the fire captain speak to it the other day, but maybe not the police chief as strongly, that every interaction, especially these days, we should assume that the individuals we come into contact with could infect us with something serious. And that's all for right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Let's go to Audra. Audra, if you can hear us, maybe you're on mute. Audra, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So thank you. I wanted to, yesterday we learned that the Marina Airport would be turned into a field hospital. And I wanted to know if you wonderful people up on the dais could tell us everything that you guys know so far about what that means for our community. Yeah, so I think that's most of my question. I'm not sure how to mute myself again, but I think that's all with respect to the COVID-19 patients that'll be treated at that field hospital here at the old Marina Airport. If you would be, if you could tell us specifically for Preston, Abrams, and the CSUMB communities that live close to the site, what it means to have COVID-19 patients this close to where we live, and how we're gonna incorporate that into our everyday, lived experiences. I am very curious to know the safety, the protocols, everything that goes along with it, because what I've seen on television with respect to the way that other nations are handling the cleanup around sites like this, I'm living awfully close to this, and I need you guys to calm my fears. So thank you for that. I think that's at least 2 minutes of my time. So thank you.
Thank you, Audra. And to backtrack a little bit, before yesterday, our understanding was that it was going to be a mix of asthma and non-COVID patients, and possibly COVID patients should the hospitals be overwhelmed later on, like in June. But that has changed so that now the Marina Airport Alternative Care Facility, alternative care site, basically a field hospital, will be 100% set up for COVID-only patients. And that would be a contingency used only if we actually did go from 160 cases that we have now up to 33,000 cases. Because if we did go up to tens of thousands of cases, we would need more beds. We would need about 900 beds. And the county has a few hundred less than that available, although they are trying to increase the number of licensed beds they do have. So in short, and we'll talk a little bit more about this when it comes on the agenda later tonight, there will be more ambulances traveling on Imgen Parkway, moving people from Chomp to the field hospital at the Marina Airport, and from Salinas on Blanco, if those Salinas area hospitals need to move people to the Marina Field Hospital. Of course, when they're getting transported as COVID-related patients, they're going to be in practically a sealed bubble. It's not like a normal ambulance with a normal patient that's a non-COVID patient. And so the drawback is that we'll have increased ambulance traffic on Imgen. And aside from that, it's not expected that there would be any negative effect on anyone in Marina, especially health-wise, because the kind of low acuity COVID patients that will be using our Marina Field Hospital will be already on the road to recovery or stabilized, or they might be patients that have showed symptoms similar to COVID symptoms, but their test results are not in yet, so they're being held in a warm area. That's what they are used for low acuity patients. And then if they had to unexpectedly had worsening of conditions, they would move to a hot area in the same facility. but we'll talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, we appreciate your concern, and we wouldn't have been offering this site, continuing to offer it if we thought there was any health hazard to residents, business people, visitors to the city of Marina. But if you were to go to that location, you would find it to be a secure location with airport perimeter fencing and isolated from our businesses and residents, a much farther distance than the hospitals here in Monterey County that are surrounded by residential and commercial properties. So it is a very isolated site that we hope is not needed. It's a contingency, but if it is needed, then we would be doing our part, just like the rest of the county that has medical facilities that are already being used for transporting, receiving, and treating and releasing COVID patients. All right, I got a little bit out of order. I should have not have said that until all public comment was done, but let's move on and we will answer the other public comment questions in just a few moments. But Wes has been waiting patiently with his hand up. So go ahead, Wes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Sorry if this has already been spoken about, but I just wanted to say that it was really, really special. My wife and I got a chance to go to Los Oberlis Middle School last week, Tuesday from 2 to 4, and help out with the drive-through food bank. If any able-bodied, healthy people are looking for a way to give back on this line, I definitely think that is something that was really, really cool and really inspirational. And it really brought the community together. I think there was over close to 15, 20 volunteers, and the cars were wrapped all the way around the school. So if you've got gloves and a mask and willing to drop some food in the back of some vehicles, I definitely recommend it. And big shout out to Terry and Steve and the food bank and everyone for putting that on.
Thank you, Wes, for volunteering. And they will give you gloves and a safety vest, but you probably do need to bring your mask. All right. I think that is it for the public, but please raise your hand if you are a member of the public and you would like to speak before we move on from public comment. I see Christina. Go ahead, Christina.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you for hosting this meeting. I assume everybody, oh, wait just a second. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say thank you for hosting this meeting this way and everybody who's attending. I have to echo what Wes said. I went out today to take some photos of the food distribution out at Los Arboles. You very well may be talking about this during your COVID update, but I was very impressed with what I saw and more so astonished by what the need is. The cars snaked all the way around past your house, Mayor, past Vaughn, and I was told next week's need may very well be around the 3,000 mark, which is really amazing. So I think the collaborations I'm impressed by. Let's continue to do this. Let's shout out to the Marina Foundation and that flyer that got out to every household in Marina with food resources. I just want to say our city is definitely showing unity with the collaborations and really helping the most vulnerable amongst us. I was very surprised by the number of people in cars asking for several baskets for others, and just the socioeconomics. Nice cars, just people that are residents of our town. So want to give a shout out just to the city's efforts. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Christina. And let's go. We'll give a last call for anyone that would like to join our public comment session before we close it. And I'm not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and return to the questions that we had. We answered Vanya's questions. And Nancy, thank you for letting us know about the new CDC information. Brian and Greg had a question about Lock Padden Park with the recent odd behavior. Tina Nieto, our police chief, what might we do, if anything, about that?
Well, if a person's out there and they have concern about out there, maybe one of the homeless persons that hasn't sought shelter, they can call the non-emergency line, and obviously the police will respond and check on that person. I know putting sugar out for ants is odd behavior, but it doesn't necessitate a 5150 hold, nor can we force them into shelter, although we can certainly take them over to places because they're trying to keep them isolated because of this COVID-19. The lady with the knife that's cutting vegetables, she is cutting vegetables. We have responded in the past to her and her husband that hang out at Lock Padden Park. But if the community has concerns and they're out there at that time, they need to call 831-384-7575. And that's, again, our non-emergency number. If it's an emergency, then I always encourage people to dial 911.
All right, thank you. Greg had a few questions. Let's take them one at a time. His first was about compliance, and Tina, we can answer it now, or we can answer it when we talk about COVID update on the agenda. It's up to you.
I would prefer to talk about that when I get to my presentation during COVID update, sir.
Okay. All right. And then Greg had a question for Frank and Gail for an update, Frank or Gail, if you'd like to give one about the opportunities at Fora for us to be saving a lot of dollars.
Frank, did you want to speak or?
Gail, go right ahead.
Okay. So as everybody knows, Fora is set to sunset on June 30th, 2020. And as your two representatives, Frank O'Connell and myself, we have been actively advocating for the city of Marina in the closure of Fora to make sure that the responsibilities that are passed on to Marina are only those that we legally are required to take and that we believe that we are fully capable of meeting. But also what we're trying to make sure as your representatives is that funds that Fora has collected from, mainly from development fees, which most of the development has been in the city of Marina, so that is originated from projects such as Sea Haven and the Dunes, is that those monies were allocated for mitigations. And as we're taking on those mitigations, we're trying to recapture that money following the delegation of the responsibilities to us. It's been a very hard fight to make sure that it's been an equitable distribution of funds that Fora has collected and still has in its coffers and needs to disperse in the next 69 days. One big area is habitat management. The city of Marina, in the area that we took in at Fora, we have habitat area that we're responsible for protecting in perpetuity. So making sure that we got a portion of funds. Fora has $16 million, and we were advocating for Marina to get its fair, equitable share of that $16 million, which came out to about 7%. The county has the 1,571 acres, and it got 79.9% of those funds. These fights are hard fought to try to get these monies equitably distributed, and that was extremely apparent in money that we all need for blight removal. The city of Marina has 60% of the abandoned buildings that still need to come down, and within our city we have no ability to generate the funds to pay to get it down, nor do we have tools available to us really to secure funding. But Fora has approved the issuance of a bond that will continue after it sunsets in June 30th, provided the bonds are issued before June 30th. And Frank O'Connell and myself have been very active. Lisa Berkeley actually attended as an alternate in December when we made a motion that Marina should get 50% of the bond proceeds if the bond was going to be issued. That motion passed unanimously, but in the last few months, the county has tried to take away a great percentage, about $1.6 million of the bond issuance from the city of Marina. Gratefully, we were able to change that vote. We're back to what was voted previously. We're anticipating Marina will get $20 million if the bonds sell for $40 million. But at least it's the 50%, which is much closer to fair and equitable than what was being advocated. The other thing that's happening with regard to removal of blight, which is the huge problem that we're looking at has been here for 26 years, and our city still looks the way it does, is that we are advocating and believe that the city will receive $2.05 million, that's $2,050,000, to use for the takedown of the stockade, which is the old jail right next to our equestrian center park. So those are all actions that we monitor very zealously and protecting and advocating for, including Lane Long at city manager, who is at the admin committee meetings advocating for the interest of Marina, and then at the board level, Frank O'Connell and myself. And also Mr. Rathie, our city attorney, is the voracious attorney that gets behind us and writes what we want into contracts that protect our interests, and I thank him for that. That's the summary, and the next special meeting is April 30th at 2 o'clock. And again, it's one of these Zoom meetings. If you go to the Fort Ord Reuse Authority website, how you logged into this type of meeting right here, it's the exact same process. And public participation is beneficial. Staff participation in advocating is beneficial. So thank you for your support in that regard. And that's my summary.
All right, thank you, Gail. And Greg's last question is about suggesting to revisit our bag ordinance as a result of what's going on with COVID and the stores no longer allowing people to bring in bags. Lane, would you like to address this now, or would you prefer to address it as part of our COVID discussion later? It could be a work plan issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the bag ordinance is more of a work plan issue. We are way over our heads, even more so with COVID-19. And so we can put that on our list to talk about when we review the work plan, hopefully next month.
Okay. All right. Did anyone note any questions that I did not address from public?
Mr. Mayor, there was a question about feeding the wildlife. I believe Brian had it. There's no municipal code against feeding the wildlife in the city of Marina. You can't keep wildlife. Not prohibited from feeding it. And that would be, the city would have to take that up if they'd like to add that to the ordinances.
Okay. So probably the same answer as the bag ordinance, that we need to discuss it as far as all of the work plan projects that may need to stay in the work plan or be removed or be added. So if someone could take note of that as a feeding wildlife ordinance that we lack, as far as whether we want to add that later when we have our work plan discussion. Okay, let's move on then to our consent agenda. And we have one item that relates to Monterey Bay Estates. So I think we'll be splitting this consent agenda item so that that one will be voted on separately, so that our Mayor Pro Tem can recuse herself. I'm not sure how to do that on Zoom, but I'm sure it won't be too hard to do. But does any council member have anything that they'd like to ask a brief question or make a comment or pull from our consent agenda other than F3?
Mayor?
Yes.
I didn't raise my hand here. if I could pull F4 and just have a brief discussion of F4 with council.
Okay, that's the EIR for Monterey 1 water supplemental.
Correct. That still isn't in your packet. Our attorney is still working on that, but I'd like to give the council a brief update on that.
Okay, let's do that as soon as we're done with the consent and as soon as we're done with the Monterey Bay Estates. Okay, let's then all motion that we approve our consent agenda, and then we'll go to public comment.
Second.
So that would be accepting the Monterey Bay Estates item, and I would second that.
Yeah, it says minus 8F3 Monterey Bay Estates and 8F4 the EIR for Monterey 1 water. All right, let's
Thank
go
you.
to public comment. Thank you, Gail. Does anyone have any public comment on the consent agenda motion that we're about to vote on? Let me give you just a little bit more time. Go ahead, Nancy. You might be muted on your end, Nancy.
Myself, I'm sorry. You didn't ask for if any member of the public wished to pull something.
Yeah, so this is your.
I can do that now.
Okay.
And I would like to pull 8F1.
All right, and that regards Cypress Cove.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get away with it because I forgot to do that in the first place, but I thought that nobody would have any pull. Anyway, I blew it. All right. So I'll modify my motion that we adopt the consent agenda, also with the exception of 8F1 in addition to 8F3 and 8F4. So Gail, if your
And
motion.
my second stands.
Okay. Let me make sure that there are no other public comments on our consent agenda. Thank you, Nancy. All right. Matt, could you give us a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
She's nodding means yes, right? Councilmember Ureta?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gail Morton?
Yes.
And Mayor Delgado?
Yes. So thank you, everyone. That motion passes with the 5 of us voting unanimously. And let's now go to 8F1. Nancy, is this, do you think, going to be brief, or should we put it later on the action agenda because it's going to be a little bit more extensive?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy.
Yeah.
Okay, this should only take a moment. I recognize this is just requesting the engineer's report, but I think the council should be aware that almost nothing was done in Cypress Cove. So when they look at that engineer's report, when it comes out, they should be looking at it with a jaundiced eye. We had some minor tree trimming along Cardoza. They didn't even do the whole area. There's never been a weed pulled, not a plant put in, nothing mowed down. It is a disaster. I understand COVID-19, but that was the second half of the year, not the first half of the year. So I would appreciate it if council members would take the time to do a drive-by just to see the condition. The only tree trimming that's been done on Abdi was done by AT&T. No, what is it, Dan? No, just recently. It was not New Image. Every once in a while they come out and they trim the limbs off of the wires. And every year it gets progressively worse in that all of the weight is on the housing side and there is very little weight on the street side. So the trees are misshapen and look absolutely hideous. So please, council members, drive by. Beach and Abdi are the worst, and see what hasn't happened and what they're charging for not doing anything. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Okay. Does anyone else have any other comments on that item before we take it to a vote?
No, they muted.
Not seeing any hands being raised. Matt, if you could give us a roll call on, well, I'll motion that we adopt 8F1 regarding Cypress Cove. And Lisa Berkeley, Councilmember Berkeley seconded. Matt, if you could give us a roll call, please.
Sure. Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
And Mayor Delgado?
Yes. So thank you, everyone. That passes unanimously with the 5 of us. And Gail, if you could do a Houdini and
yeah, I'm going to leave the room, and if this is a longer discussion, somebody just text me when you're done with the discussion, because I'm going out of ears.
Actually,
Okay?
Gail, I could speak to the recusal here quickly. It's not necessary that you not listen. I went on this morning and did some research on what the League of City Attorneys FPPC committee recommended regarding, I'll call it electronic recusals, and they would advise that once the nature of the conflict of the recusal is explained, which I don't want to speak to you, but I understand its residents, the council member should virtually leave the room by turning off their video and muting themselves, but may still keep listening to the meeting.
Okay, so
okay, but I'm not going to turn off my video. That's a little more difficult than I'm technically capable of. So okay. I'm going to leave the room. Sorry.
That will work just as well.
Okay. This item regards the landscaping and lighting district for Monterey Bay Estates, in which it's a neighborhood in which Gail lives, and that's why she's recusing herself. Motion that we approve resolution regarding the preliminary engineer's report for that lighting and landscape district.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Berkeley, thank you for the second. Any comments from the public on this motion? Okay, Mike Owen, we are working on you to get you to be able to go ahead, Mike, and make sure that you're not muted on your end.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Nancy just reminded me that I really haven't noticed any work by the contractor in Monterey Bay Estates either. So that's just my only comment. But Monterey Bay Estates doesn't have the trees and you know, the landscaping that Cypress Cove does. So it's not really that noticeable as far as neglect. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I'd like to ask Edri de los Santos to comment on the lack of work, just to give us a heads up about what you think is going on.
Really quick, the policies for the company currently are that only 2 staff members are able to go on site at one time. They're not able to work at simultaneously. If you have multiple disciplines, for instance, it was New Image who did the tree trimming just a few weeks ago. Their tree trimming crew are different from the regular maintenance crew. So for Monterey Bay Estates, the once a month normal maintenance is still being done, although it's not being done with the large crew, but it's being done for a longer period of time. And same thing for the rest of the districts.
All right, thank you, Edri. Do we have any council comments before we go to a vote on this matter? Okay, not seeing anyone. Matt, if you could give us a roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't able to get my hand up. I do have a question, because what I heard Edri speak about was things more related to shelter in place and COVID-19, but I would imagine that some of the work should have been done prior to that. So can you speak to that, please?
Well, I cannot speak to the specifics of Nancy's comments. I'll have to talk with her to see what those specifics are. All I know is that the maintenance efforts have been continuing from the continuance of the contract from last year, and that the issuance of the order in Monterey County was effective for their company actually sooner, since their company's up in Fremont, so in the Bay Area, which had the lockdown a lot sooner than Monterey County did.
All right, thank you. Did we have, yeah, we had a motion on the floor, seconded by Councilmember Berkeley. So Matt, if you could give us a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Before I vote, I was just informed that the audio on the television is, to put it bluntly, terrible. Just to address that at future meetings, probably. Yes, vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton is recusing, and Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so thank you. That motion passes 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Morton abstaining essentially since she had to recuse herself. And we move on to item 8F4 for our city manager, Lane Long, to give us a brief update on the Monterey One Water Supplemental EIR. Go ahead.
So, Mayor and Council, what we are, what I would like to request is the council give me authority to submit a comment letter regarding the Monterey One Water Supplemental EIR. Our attorney is still working on that and making some modifications, but to be able to get it to him in a timely basis, like the council.
Interrupt, Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry, but maybe we should wait for Mayor Pro Tem Morton to come back so she can.
Thank you for the text.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Not quick enough. Sorry, so just briefly, what I'm looking for is authority from council to submit a comment letter to Monterey One Water regarding their supplemental EIR in support of certifying that EIR. We don't have the draft yet. Our attorney is still working on that. So that is what we're looking for, is get the approval from the council for me to do that. Additionally, later on the agenda, since we don't have it here, but just to let you know, I am going to be requesting the council give me authority to submit another letter to Monterey One Water, but I'll do that in the staff information report and comments at the end of the meeting.
All right. Thank you, Lane. Are there any comments from council or questions at this time? All right. I'll motion that we approve the city manager's request to send that letter to Monterey Water.
Second.
And let's go to public comment. Should there be any, anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this environmental impact report supplemental? I'm looking for any hands. I'm not seeing any. All right. Coming back to council before we go to a vote. Everybody okay with this? All right, Matt, then if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
And Mayor Delgado?
Yes, and thank you, Matt. That motion passes unanimous with the 5 of us present. Thank you, Lane, for drafting that letter and getting that to Monterey One Water. Okay, we move to our action items now. The first is related to program review for cannabis-related matters. And Lane, would you be leading that, or somebody else? Matt?
Matt will be leading that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is a fairly quick item. We just wanted to give you an overview of the services we've received from HDL since February of last year, and where that's taken us to today in terms of the process of permitting new applicants, the fees we've collected, and where we are looking for additional help from HDL. So, as I mentioned, last February, the City Council approved a contract with HDL, and that contract included them assisting us with taking an ordinance that was passed by the voters and putting into place some rules and processes for us to actually implement that ordinance. They also helped us put together a cost recovery study. They once we had those fees in place, we opened up our application period and we started taking applications. So they helped us with processing background checks, which is different than live scan. These are a little bit deeper background checks than just a live scan, which we also did through our police department. Then once we received applications, they reviewed and scored the business and security plans. They issued incomplete letters based on the applications that were submitted. They provided some scores. And then in our ordinance, it allowed for people to combine applications to maximize their scores. So there was a resubmittal of those types of applications, and HDL helped to rescore those as well. I'd also say that throughout the entire process, because this was brand new to city staff, and again, we're implementing an ordinance that is brand new to us, we did have a lot of time of consultation with HDL, which I would say they pretty much gave us, for the most part, at a very reduced cost, if not for free, based on the total contract cost of $48,500. And we'll talk about those numbers in a second. So this proposed new agreement is to continue to do application review. We do have a maximum of 6 permits for medical and retail dispensaries. However, we have an unlimited number of permits we can issue for cultivation, manufacturing, those other types of uses. So we do anticipate that we'll get more applications going forward this year. Now that we're at the point where the Planning Commission is going to be reviewing applications this Thursday night, and then those will come before the City Council, we'll soon be ready to issue our first of our retail licenses. So there's a new step now that we're looking at implementing, which is a pre-license site visit that HDL will help, with their expertise, will help us to make sure that we're issuing permits in a state compliant way. They're also going to need to do on an annual basis cannabis tax audits, so that we look at the sales tax and the cannabis related tax that's being collected and audit the books on that. There's also going to be an annual regulatory compliance inspection. Supplemental background checks may be needed again for new business applications, but also on an annual basis we need to do a smaller background check of all the employees who are still on staff. And also we've got this other item of subject matter expertise, and this is going to encompass a little bit different than this last year. I would say it could be a little, on occasion it might be us when we need to pick up the phone and ask questions of them, but it also is going to entail helping us to know how to do kind of some high level inspection stuff by ourselves if we need to do that throughout the year instead of calling HDL out to do that. And it also could be if we want some technical support in looking at proposed options to our ordinance if the council decided they wanted to put that back before the voters again. So that's just it's a budget item that is only expended if we actually use it. So this contract service is not to exceed $50,000 this time, and we'll show you the cost breakdown. So quickly about our fees that are currently in place that we put in place last year. You'll notice on the left-hand side of the screen we have application permits for retail, and on the right-hand side it's for non-retail. And they're fairly similar. The thing that really is different is probably if you look, I guess 2 major subject lines down. So right below that, you'll see cannabis dispensary application conditional use permit. On the other side, it's an administrative use permit. So the fees are a little bit different between those two, but the rest of it is generally the same. And you'll notice that it says initial security inspection and the semi-annual security inspection. Those 2 fees we did not establish last time because we just didn't at that time. So we're going to be doing bringing those back before the council in the next couple of city council meetings if you approve this contract tonight. So this is kind of just a combination of all the fees we've collected since we started this program. So under our cannabis dispensary business applications, we've collected 12 applications. That's been totals $96,000. Non-dispensary applications is $24,000. We did a total of 29 live scans. That's a little over $8,000. Every application first was required to get a zoning verification letter to make sure that the physical location was compliant with the ordinance. So that's that $3,600 there. And then the conditional use permit applications, which are being processed right now through our planning division. So the total of our program income right now is $169,662. As you saw, the contract cost for HDL was $48,500. So the $121,162 in net, I guess, call it income, if you will, it goes to city staff time, and this was built into the fees that brought before you last year. So into this current contract, they gave us a new scope of services because the fees are different because and they're doing a little bit different services this year. So again, on those application reviews, the fee there, $2,500, I believe, is consistent with last time. And then if you look down this list, you can, I won't read every one to you, but the only item that is not fully recoverable through a fee that we will bring back before you is Objective 6. And this is, again, that subject matter expertise. And this is just a budget number. Doesn't mean that we're going to actually use this $6,000, but that's for 20 hours of subject matter expertise if we were to need that. But the rest of this, again, is going to be recoverable through the fee that we charge to the businesses. And that's the end of the information I have.
Matt, I have a question about the subject matter expertise and technical assistance. Can we add to a specific to that the HDL consultants advise us on how to repair the flaws in the cannabis ordinance and then help us implement those repairs, whether it be by ballot measure or city council action? This is an item that was on the agenda that we're hoping Bob Rathie, our legal advisor, can say that it's okay to wrap that piece into this piece so that we don't have that additional item later on tonight on cannabis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's actually part of the intent of this.
Yeah.
20 hours is to be used towards that if the council desires to go down that road.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear our city attorney.
That would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask Councilmember O'Connell and the rest of council, are you satisfied that we can fold those two items together and not have to take up the second cannabis item later on tonight's agenda separately?
I am.
Frank O'Connell speaking. Yeah, I'm fine with 11G being combined into this one. Speeds up the process and address the questions of the existing flaws and whether or not this has to go back to the voting public in November. Sure, easier that way. Thank you.
So,
all right.
Is the direction then that as we're combining these items that this be brought back as a ballot measure once the corrections are identified, that it be brought back in the form, because it would have to go to the voters as the original or the cannabis ordinance itself did.
Yeah, whatever's necessary, but we're hoping that maybe there's some minor things that the administratively can be done, but whatever it needs to be done to fix it.
The administrative, correct. We will certainly be looking at the administrative opportunities that the ordinance allows us, but without that ability in certain areas, it would need to go to the voters.
Yeah, all of that would be included, so they would just have to help us understand what needs to go to a ballot so that we can do whatever is necessary to fix it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions by council on this matter?
Yes, I just had a quick question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I did submit questions, and the assistant city manager, Mr. Mogerson, wrote back answers. The question that I really am looking at is part of the scope of the services is that they were going to go through an audit of the business 1 year after being operational. And the term of the contract is through May 31st. I do understand this is up to 50,000, and I do understand that you're paying for services. I didn't understand why it was just arbitrarily May 31st, 2021, that the contract had ended, when in fact the services described that we as a city are asking for cannot be completed until these businesses are operating for 1 full year. Would it be appropriate, or what is the problem with having this in September or August 31st? Why was the May 31st date chosen? It's an odd span of time.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think part of it was because we started this a little while ago, so we thought, we would have that year that we would catch in there. But it does make sense to adjust that date probably today. You're right. So we could, at the council's motion and direction, I'm sure we could just change the contract date to end on, July 31st or something, or I'm sure HDL is fine with that.
So what I would want is that it would end to include the ability to do those 1 year audits. It's taking us through this process to that audit completion. That's what's in the staff report I believe it's paragraph 6. Let me double check. But at least to extend it to July 31st makes me feel happier. Thank you. Okay. I'm trying to get at least one audit in there.
I understand. And as I'm also listening to you, I'm thinking that, so the applications are going to the Planning Commission this Thursday, and then they have to come before the City Council for final approval. Then they need to get their building permits. They need to, do their tenant improvements and open their business. So there's actually a very good chance that nobody's going to open for another 4 months, probably at the earliest.
Okay, if we're going to change the expiration date, is July 31st the most appropriate new date, Matt? Or is there a better one?
Well, based on what I just said, I would say it's probably a little too soon. I might want to check in with HDL to make sure that they will guarantee their prices for that far out. That might be the one thing about their, proposal here. Could change a little bit. But I would say if the council approved it to go through September 29th, we usually the city manager has a little bit of room, afterwards to negotiate to finalize the agreement. So we could, if we needed to, we could come back and adjust that.
So are you suggesting, I think you said September 29th instead of May 31st?
I think that might be more realistic for a year's time of businesses being open.
Okay.
So it'd be September 30th.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Yes.
I don't know why the 29th. I'm sorry, Matt.
I don't either. I just want to give it a moment.
Okay. All right. So I would move approval with the modification to the date as with approval of HDL, that it goes through September 30th, and to also add that this changes identified as necessary for the ballot measure would come back before council in that format.
And or administrative repairs.
Yes, thank you for the correction.
I second.
Okay. All right. Let's see first if any council members had any comments before we go to public comment. I don't see any. All right, then let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back to council after public comment before I vote. Go ahead, Brian McCarthy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. You beat me to the idea that item A and G are closely related, and I had intended to make most of my comments for item G. However, I want to share with you, I'm deeply concerned about how this process of fixing the quote unquote administrative repairs to this ordinance are going to take place. And specifically, if they're going to take place without a lot of input from the public. I read the 2018 HDL report that council had asked HDL to perform to review the ordinance. And there were some items in there that were notably absent to me as someone who took a read through the ordinance. I really hadn't planned on talking to them tonight, but in fear that I may not have another opportunity to voice them publicly, I want to say that, you know, in that HDL report, I didn't see anything mentioned about the odor issues, which your planning commission really struggled with when looking at grow operations. Another item that I didn't see any mention of is the issue of a retail establishment being too close to a park, which there is some somewhat ambiguous language in the ordinance regarding that. So kind of in the form of the question, I think I'm just curious how council, both city council and legal counsel, will decide what they think are the flaws in the ordinance. Will it be in kind of a vacuum without input from the public, or will there be opportunities for the public to come forth and have some workshops on this issue? What does that look like in the future? And kind of what is the way forward on this issue? I think there's more concerns than that as well. Those are just two that kind of stick out for me. But again, just concerned that without proper input, this thing gets administratively changed, only to find out a year down the road there's more issues that the public had that didn't get addressed the first go around. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my comments.
Yeah, thank you. So Matt, can HDL take note of these comments and get back to us what the ordinance says about odors and retail proximity, dispensary proximity to parks, and what our options might be?
Yeah, I would believe HDL will have that expertise to be able to advise us on that. I think to the larger question, though, he was asking, I'll look at the city attorney. I'm trying to at least. I believe the process is going to be similar to adopting an ordinance. Is that correct?
It will be identical to adopt if administrative fixes are possible. And from my recollection, some are possible regarding certain zoning designations in that ordinance. And Matt can correct me on that one, because I maybe they would have to come back in the form of an ordinance, which of course requires 2 readings. And as far as any changes to the zoning ordinance would require a public hearing as well. So when we use the term administrative, I think we're kind of misusing it in a sense. It wouldn't be done administratively. It would be done as a revision or an ordinance, adoption of an ordinance to change an ordinance. And the administrative part would be only in the sense that it did not need to go to the voters.
And along those same lines, if anything, a ballot measure did go to the voters, again, those are going to be public hearings that are going to be required in that process. So any change is going to require public hearings, public notices, public meetings.
All right, thank you, Lane. Thank you, Bob. Let's go to Wesley Clark.
Yes, Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. So
Pro Tem Morton,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember O'Connell dissenting. And thanks to Matt and anyone else that had a hand in this. I know it's an ongoing workload for you, so we appreciate it. All right. And I should extend a thank you to those applicants that are having to be patient through a very long process, but it is the first time that we're doing it, and it was done by Citizens Initiative, so it's not the professional job that we would have hoped for, and that I take responsibility for. All right, let's go to a Public Works Maintenance Superintendent potential job description. Lane, were you going to handle this?
Brian McMinn will be handling that item.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Hey, Mayor, members of the council, I'm Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. April of 2010 was the last time the city had a maintenance superintendent, and he retired. Since then, the maintenance division of Public Works has been operating without a manager. This has resulted in maintenance performed primarily on reactionary basis, a little programming of regular maintenance with a growing level of deferred maintenance. It's also resulted in insufficient guidance, training, and evaluation of maintenance staff. The current crew section lead is supervising too many workers to meet the needs of the maintenance staff. Over the same period of time, funding for street maintenance has increased with the passage of Measure X and gas tax increase. Although resources have increased, the organizational structure is not adequate to capitalize on the resources and quickly apply them to address the growing backlog of roadway maintenance. The city conducted a study of public works in 2007, but the recommendations were not fully implemented. This has resulted in ongoing concerns about promotional opportunities within existing staff and ongoing supervisory span and control concerns. To address ongoing concerns and inefficiencies, staff is recommending the elimination of one vacant maintenance worker, one position to allow for funding another position, adding a public works maintenance superintendent with an adopted salary range from $7,487 to $9,101 a month, converting a maintenance worker 3 to a crew lead upon retirement one of the current maintenance worker 3 positions, discontinuing the maintenance worker 3 positions with the retirement of the 3 incumbents, reclassifying the maintenance worker 1 position to allow it to flex to a maintenance worker 2 position upon demonstration of mastery of maintenance skills, and implementing a policy that ensures that the maintenance worker 2 position is at least 10% more than the maintenance worker 1 position. The proposed structure would cost the city approximately $105,000 more a year. The 3 maintenance worker 3 staff are at retirement age, with the first retiring on June 12th. With potential retirements, the city could realize a savings of approximately $135,000 per year, which is greater than the increase due to the superintendent and an additional crew lead position. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. So let's go to City Council first. Does anyone have any comments or questions? All right, I'm not seeing any, but jump in if you do.
Sorry, Bruce, I had my hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Great, thank you. Brian, I had a question regarding the current structure. Does the current crew lead actually get out into the field and do work?
No, actually, the current crew lead doesn't really have a whole lot of time to put their hand to a rake or a shovel. They're mostly coordinating with other work that's being lined up for the day or coming up, work that's coming up. So yeah, they're having to cover a lot of bases right now.
How about our public maintenance worker 3s? Are they out in the field doing work, or does their job require, a lot of working with vendors or other work that keeps them out of the field?
They're out in the field.
Okay. And then in the new model that's being proposed, would the crew chiefs be out in the field doing work? Would they be sort of like overseeing a crew, but like supervising in the field?
Yes, they're going to be more hands-on, out on the job site more, as opposed to doing the coordination that they're doing right now.
Okay, and so just maybe to sort of summarize, we're not really necessarily losing staffing of people who actually get build stuff and clean stuff. We'd be going from 3 public weight maintenance worker 3s, 2 2s, and 6 1s for a total of 12 people who actually do hands-on work, and we would still have 12 people actually doing hands-on work with each crew chief staffing a crew of 5 people.
Yes, that's correct. So a lot of the coordination that the current crew chief is doing, that would be taken on by the superintendent position. So not really any noticeable reduction in the number of people actually boots on the ground.
And then the removal of one of the maintenance worker 1 positions to create the new superintendent position, or to help free up some funding. Are you planning on phasing in sort of the moving around of the chess pieces, so that at any time we're not going to be extremely short-staffed in people who actually are out there in the field getting their hands dirty?
I don't want to guess at what you mean by moving around the chess pieces.
So what I mean is we're losing a maintenance worker 1 position, and then as we have maintenance worker 3s leave through attrition, we're going to create these crew chief positions, correct?
Well, we'll have 1 additional crew chief position.
And so yes. Do you anticipate that throughout this whole process, we're going to maintain, to the greatest degree possible, the same number of people actually out in the field doing work? Or are we going to experience a temporary shortage of actual people doing work of greater than 1 maintenance worker?
No, actually, I think we're going to see more. We've had actually an unfilled maintenance 1 position, or we're in a working capacity for quite some time. So I think with this new organization, you're going to see more capacity in the field.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Urrutia. Any other council members? Frank O'Connell, Councilmember O'Connell, go ahead.
Thank you. Brian, as to a maintenance worker at the airport, is he going to remain, or is he one of the potential retirements?
The worker that's currently working at the airport is a maintenance worker 3. Yeah, one of the potential retirements, but the position, the airport still needs to be covered. So that's not necessarily a 3 position. It's just that there's a 3 working in that position right now.
And are the earnings, is that full-time at the airport, and as a result, the pay is from the enterprise fund?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Thank you very much. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion before we go to public comment?
So I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving a realignment of the Public Works Maintenance Division by the actions outlined as A through F in the written staff report.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Morton, and that was seconded by Councilmember Berkeley. And now let's check in on the public. Not seeing any hands. So let's come back to City Council. Any comments before we go to a vote? All right. Matt, if you could give us a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes, thank you, Matt. And thanks, everybody. That motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us. And thank you to everyone in Public Works and our city manager who's been patient, having to be patient, because this has been in the works for a long time. So thank you, and I hope that we see some improvement the way that our staff has been telling us that we need to improve in that department. Much appreciated. All right, going to move on to our next item, which is similar, and that is to consider a job description and salary range for a senior management analyst / communications coordinator. City Manager Lane Long, will this be yours to lead for us?
Yes, I'll handle that, Mayor. Thank you. Because you don't have a staff report on this, we're not going to be requesting any action from council tonight, but I wanted to give you just a brief update of what we are trying to do with the position. The previous position was filled by Marilyn Lidioff. It was our economic development coordinator position. And primarily what she focused on was working with our downtown business, was our liaison, was on the Chamber of Commerce, was a member of the Monterey, board member of the Monterey Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. She oversaw our CDBG program, worked with small business loans to an extent, worked with us on our business retention efforts. And when she retired, we wanted to restructure and modify that position a little bit. And we wanted to expand the scope to meet some of our needs of our city a little bit more. And we wanted to broaden it to also include like communication officer positions, and that would be like a liaison to the public and private organizations and community groups and our communities of faith and nonprofit organizations. They'd be responsible for coordinating, organizing community events, grand openings, award presentations. Would be also working heavily on maintenance and development of our website, our social media platforms, video, our government access channel. We really need to develop our social media effort a lot. Would be working on designing and printing city brochures, information, maps, guides, would serve as our public information officer. And so would broaden quite a bit this huge gap that we have on our communications with our public, both with the groups and in our social media and in our city platform and through our TV website. Additionally, we have needs for really working on our grant administration and help on feasibility studies, analytical support. And so we're wanting to broaden the scope of that position just beyond the narrow economic development coordinator and to pick up these other responsibilities. Also, when we recruit for the position, part of it is using a position that allows us to attract the type of the person that we're looking for. If we had just economic development coordinator, the applicants are gonna get are very narrow, and so we're trying to have the title that will broaden our response. When we put in with our nomenclature for the government, when you put in like a senior management analyst or management analyst, what you're picking up are graduate students with MPA degrees that have had, that are starting to move along in their city government experience. They've had experience working for cities and understand operations and things like that. Whereas when we recruit for an economic development coordinator, a lot of times you're getting people with a very limited skill set. So that's what we're trying to do with the position, is broaden that scope to fill some gaps that we have with our city and responding to it. And we honestly just don't have any staff at all to work on that. Now, I'm not proposing that we necessarily fill that position right now, which is why I'm not asking the council to take an action with that, because we understand that we are in this slowdown of our economy. And as we told you in previous council meetings, we are taking a hit with our revenue stream right now. We think we're going to have a reduction of $2.3 million this current fiscal year. We're going to make up for some of that lost was savings on not spending as much money in other areas. But this continues on longer. We we'll have to look at our overall workforce. And so when we come back, hopefully in May, if we can get a date tied down, we talk about our work plan and adjustments to our budget, I'll want to talk with this position at that point in time along with other city positions. Because right now what we've adopted is a 2-year budget. So we have a budget in place for next year, but our revenue stream is changing dramatically. And that's partly what we want to come back in May and talk about our new revenue projections and look at our staffing and how this fits in with that. So that's kind of what I wanted to present in the council and get some of your feedback on expanding the scope of this position into these areas that I've talked about.
Lane, did you mention an annual salary or just a monthly salary? And could you mention an annual salary?
Actually, the salary would be very similar to the existing salary, so there wouldn't be a change at all in the salary.
And what is that annual cost to the city for the position?
Eric, you jump on. I think the range is like between 70 to 95,000.
That's the cost to the city or salary?
That's the salary.
And so just in general terms, what would the cost of the city be? About 115,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, 115,000.
Yeah, for a miscellaneous, for a non-safety position, we're looking at probably roughly 30% benefit level.
Okay. My other comment is hiring someone to do analytical support, grants, website, be in charge of getting our cable broadcasting of meetings up to snuff, and doing community events. It seems like such a wide range. I have a hard time thinking we're going to get someone that can do well in all those areas. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, we think that will be a difficult recruitment, but almost all of our recruitments now at all professional levels are very difficult. We have a hard time filling any professional position. We just live in a very expensive area, but we would give it a shot.
Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
So we don't have a staff report, and I'm glad it wasn't just me that couldn't find it. Are you asking if we're interested in this because you're actually going to write this job description for review, but you're just looking for guidance currently on identifying a scope of a job description?
That is correct.
Okay, so as to the scope of the job description, as far as being able to do media things, nowadays more and more people come with that skill to get through college, to get through grad school, as you talked about, somebody with a master's or something. Those skills they're there. So the idea of being I would be much more interested in somebody going through that they're able to do the work of what the city needs done, the city output, the city's work, not just being a liaison for the Chamber of Commerce or the convention activities. They need to have the skill to have a work product that does show up on our website and does show up in the events and does show up in the supporting of the other functions that our staff members are trying to grasp at. And I know that's very broad, but your description was so broad. I don't want just somebody that's attending public meetings. I want somebody that comes up with the goals, the plans, how it benefits the city and moves us forward. So in drafting that job description, that's what I would be looking for, including our website, somebody doing that and doing it well.
Thank you. And I think that's where we're trying to pick up that analytical part, that senior management analyst was exactly trying to pick up that scope of that.
So from direction from council, I know other council members, direction from council, is that a motion? What, or just, you just need feedback?
Yeah, it's
I
not.
just need feedback. So this is all good feedback.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gail. We don't have a motion, but we do want public input. So let's go to Ron. Go ahead, Ron. You might be muted on your end, Ron.
Hi. I was just curious about what Gail said earlier. I think it's just not economically feasible. I'm curious what the thought process was behind something that she draws up, because a lot of the things that she's raising in this meeting don't make any sense. And I've been looking into past meeting notes, and she talks way more than anyone else. That's it. I just like Gail to comment.
All right. Thank you, Ron. Let's go to Kathy. Hello, Kathy. Go ahead, Kathy. And let's make sure you're not muted on your end.
Okay. I just need to say this, that right now I can see us hiring extra help with the Public Works Department, because I see that as an essential duty position. But I don't feel that, even with the description given by our general manager, that this position is an essential position. And I really feel troubled that we're even mentioning this now, when so many people have lost their jobs and are in dire straits. And Marilyn has been gone for a good while now, maybe less than a year. But now with COVID-19 constraints, those functions are not required at this time, and probably not for several months. Please don't even think of hiring such a high-paid position for this year, and be sensitive to how the discussion sounds to our general public. Most cities are in a hiring freeze for good reasons. And I think that there is a good reason that they have done that. So please delay this discussion for at least 6 months, so that we can put our attentions to the most important matters before our city at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. And let's go to Christina. And go ahead, Christina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I think we're being little over. There's a little bit, a lot of overextension with the job description of somebody doing business and communications. That should not be taken lightly. A communications job is a big job. You do liaison with the chamber because the business community needs support. You also, as a spokesperson for your city, you need to have somebody who's skilled in understanding the city and who to talk to for this, that, and whatever else comes our way. And even in a crisis communications point of view, it's a big job. So I'm not sure you're going to find some the matching skill sets of what you're looking for. I appreciate that you're going to attempt it, but I have a feeling that you're going to have a very hard time doing all of those jobs satisfactorily. I would maybe urge a part-time position, or somehow see if you can carve out part of the job, or take out some of those job descriptions. It just seems overly ambitious. I'm sorry, that's the word I was looking for. And as far as a bad time to hire, I am confident so far of our city's finances. We've been doing a good job, but a communications person is definitely seeing and working with the city. In my capacity, I see that as a need. I've been very vocal about the need to communicate with the public. providing information, and we all communicate differently. Some of us do use the website, but we definitely could use a plan. And I think that would engage our community much, much more. So my comment is that I just think it's an overly ambitious ask of a job. And as you go forward and formulate this, just keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christina. Let's go to Denise Turley. And Denise, you might want to check the mute on your end. Go ahead, Denise, as soon as you're able.
Hi.
Denise, we can hear you.
Would communications include, boy, Zoom isn't too bad, but the AMP is just an absolute disaster. And I'm hoping that that would be addressed under this condition. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And yes, Lane did say that that would be covered. So that's good. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Morton. So first, I want to take an opportunity to truly compliment Mr. Morganson and whoever else might be working on this website currently, because I think they certainly qualify as somewhat of an expert web designer. Have done really good work, especially in recent months. I also think the city manager's idea is brilliant. Actually, I really support his thinking, but I don't support taking action on this item at this time. I think by the time the city's ready to actually hire someone, the qualifications and job description ideas will have once again changed and need to be readdressed. So what I'd like to see is that, you know, again, with the understanding that I support the idea and the thinking, that maybe you consider voting no on this action item and reconsidering it closer to the time at which the city actually intends to hire someone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Brian. And let's go to Greg and Gloria next.
It'll be just Greg. I appreciate what Kathy was saying about the optics, but I think this is an incredibly important position. I don't know how you decide when the time to jump in. I think that there will be a very fertile job market in terms of young guns coming out of programs, for example. And I think that a program can be, or a job, an MQ, minimum qualifications, and a job description can be crafted on the fly, if you will. Not sure what the right time is. I think you definitely want to be out in front of it. And I don't know what the cycle is going to be moving forward. I mean, in terms of what Nancy Amadeo reported from CDC tonight, again, I'll reiterate, we don't know what we don't know. And, but I think that looking at this position and tailoring to the city's needs is a very important position, not just from communications, but the interlacing of the things that city manager implied. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, yes. I'm just curious about Gail. Is she still on the council?
All right. Let's go to Mike Owen and then Paula Pillow.
Yeah, I agree with Matt and Kathy's previous comments. And my sort of connection is because Candy was the city's representative to the Monterey Convention Visitors Bureau Center about 20 years ago, and also the Chamber of Commerce. And so I'm a little bit familiar with that angle. And I'm also reading just today that Monterey's like tourism industry is just taking a really big shot. So it just doesn't seem the time right now to be actually putting money into this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, let's go to Paula.
As Ron. I don't know who Ron is. But I just want to say that Gail Morton has served on this council for many years, and although she may have quite a bit to say, everything that she has said is germane, number one. She's worked thousands of hours, and it's for the benefit of this city. I think the city manager would say that. I think you, Bruce, as the mayor, would say that. Her work has saved this city millions of dollars, and I am glad she is there. I'm glad she speaks. You just heard her make that comment. She always catches things in contracts. She just did it again this evening. So for those who may be weary of hearing from her, too bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And of course, we all appreciate the tremendous contributions of Gail. We just have a heckler in our midst, and so we're doing our best to address that. Okay, Jimbo and Denise.
Hi, I was just wondering if Frank was available.
So I think we're done with the public comment, except for the heckler that keeps returning under different names. But thank you everyone for that comment. Let's go back to City Council and see if there's any comments. Comment I'd like to make is that I do share some agreement. The optics, not just the optics, I guess, just the physical reality that we're in, it does seem not the best time. And I think this whole concept came about prior to COVID when we had a different financial situation, and I would have been 100% before it. So I guess my advice is that I know the city manager is listening, and I would advise that we go a little slow on this, because expediting it or going too fast, spending too much time on it, doesn't seem to me the best timing for it, and timing is pretty important. But I'm just one of 5 of us here, and that's my overall comment. I know it's not an action item tonight, but that would be my comment to our city manager and staff. Okay, Gail, why don't you take the next input?
So I did not understand this to be an action item, that this was something that was going to be rushed and put into place. I think this is the time to think about, as we're going forward and addressing our staffing needs and what our budget limitations are, is there a position that can be crafted in this area that might be beneficial to us? And where I am looking at that also is 2 meetings ago, we made the motion to hire an outside consultant to spend up to $30,000 to have somebody working with our businesses in the community, trying to help them through the processes of securing outside sources of funds. This person, this position, would have been able to be already in place and be able to do that. In crafting this job description, I think what we're going to see also are that type of urgency, that you would pick those out and perhaps hire consultants to do what are huge gaps in our current employment structure and what we have. And that's why I'm looking for this to come forward for us in some kind of description, because we're going to identify where our holes are in staffing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think once we have our work plan discussions, we'll know what projects we want to do, what projects we don't want to do, and what skill sets may be in the gap that we want to fill. And this may be the position that will help us get us where we want to go once we understand our work plan, which is going to change radically, probably from last year's work plan, given recent events. Okay, so I think we're going to move on now to item 11D, which is the discussion around Planning Commission, Tree Committee, and Design Review Board. And Lane, who would you like to lead through this?
Mayor, first our attorney Bob Rathie will give us just a quick update on some legal things with that according to state law, and then Fred Agater will take it from there.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, to Lane, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll just go hopefully very quickly through just a little bit of the legal basis, which I think serves as the genesis for this item that's before you tonight. And I know the council will remember back in November of last year, 2019, there was a very excellent presentation, I thought, by attorney Eric Ramakrishnan of Karen Tiedemann's firm that covered the Housing Crisis Act, which was SB 330, which became effective on January 1 of this current year. Briefly, the reason that the legislature felt they needed to enact this on a crisis basis was that developers were citing the lack of housing production and attributing that to regulatory requirements and permit processing delays, excess impacts, and certain service fees. And that by requiring cities and counties to reduce the time and expense necessary to process these permits, that affordable housing and the housing crisis in the state would be better addressed. Well, SB 330 did that through imposing a streamlined review process and adjusting the permit processing timeframes that are currently or were currently provided, or previously provided, I should say, under the Permit Streamlining Act. And these times are now shortened, and jurisdictions have just 90 days instead of 120 days as previously under the Permit Streamlining Act to approve the project once the environmental documents have been completed, and only 60 days if a mitigated negative declaration or an exemption is used for the project. For low-income projects seeking tax credits or other public funding, that time is 60 days. That SB 330 also provided that jurisdictions are prohibited from holding more than 5 hearings when reviewing a housing project that complies with the general plan and the zoning code. And the act very liberally interprets hearings to be any hearing before a subsidiary body, recommendatory body, and even public workshops on projects such as that. So the last thing I'll say is to facilitate this process, the Housing Crisis Act requires that jurisdictions develop a checklist that specifies the requirements for the development application. And this initial checklist serves an important function in this context, as a jurisdiction cannot require or request an applicant to provide any new information that was not listed in the checklist. And the final comment I'll make on SB 330 is, as you might well imagine, violation of this law does provide for attorney's fees for the successful appellant or applicant in that case. So that's all I have on the legal end, and I'd be glad to turn it over to the Community Development Director at this point.
Mayor, if I could just interject one thing before Fred takes over. After that presentation before the council last November, the council gave direction to staff to bring back to council the changes that we needed to do in our ordinances or our structure to accommodate these changes in law, and to make sure that council was not cut out of the plan review process. And so this is why it's coming back to council. This is a direction from the council to bring this back to you.
Thank you, the city manager. I should have mentioned that. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's turn it over then to Fred Agater, who's the director of our Community Development Department. Thank you, Fred. You should be ready to go, Fred. At least I show you as ready to go, Fred, not being muted any longer.
Why am I on there?
We've moved you over to the panelist, but it shouldn't make any difference on your ability to guide us through this.
I show Fred is muted.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Maybe Matt can unmute him.
I just unmuted him. Fred, can you hear us? Check your phone, Fred. You might be muted on your phone.
We see your presentation. That might be driven by Matt, though, correct?
Yes, I pulled it up.
So, Fred, I moved you from participant to panelist in case that would help. Matt, do you have any suggestions?
This is
I'm
Christy.
texting him real quick.
I'm trying to get Fred on right now.
Yeah, I just texted him. Maybe he stepped away for a moment.
Nope.
You can see him on his camera. He's talking away. Does he need to hit *6 on his phone? That's one way to do it.
Yeah, so Fred, we think you're muted on your end. Maybe your volume, maybe your, yeah, you're muted. It's on your end, I believe.
You have to also unmute on the screen as well, Fred. Both screen and telephone if you're on both places.
Okay, I think we just saw him come on.
Back off.
We saw you flash in and out, Fred, so you did something.
There you go. Nope.
Hey, Fred, if it shows you muted on your red, that means that's your computer. So unmute there. And then you have to unmute on your phone because it'll show open, but your phone will still be muted. That's how you can tell the difference.
Fred, I cannot unmute you, and so I think that indicates it's on your end.
I can so identify with this.
Yeah, Fred, be patient. You know, it's we're being patient. We know it's not something we've all had a lot of experience
So
doing.
even if somebody could tell him, text him, or however you communicate with him,
I think he's good to go. I think he's good.
Good.
Go ahead, Fred. Whoops. He was good to go there for a minute. Fred, we showed you for about 10 seconds being good to go, and then we lost you. I think he must have checked out so that he could check back in, which rebooting is probably not a bad idea when you've tried everything else.
And Mayor, while we're doing that, because I think he'll get back in, but if we can't get him in, Christy Hopper is there and she can carry on with their presentation as a backup.
All right, Christy, you want to give it a start?
I'm here. Fred is raising his hand right now.
Oh, that's very good manners of him.
Let's see if Fred can do that. Otherwise, I can start.
Okay, you don't see him as a panelist anymore, so I'm going to check. Why don't you start, and I'll continue working with Fred.
Okay. All right. So, well, thank you, council members, members of the public. So tonight we're going to be looking at just a discussion on the consideration of the potential consolidation of the duties of the Site and Architectural Design Review Board and the Tree Committee, and taking those responsibilities to the Planning Commission, and that is to streamline the planning review process. And we're asking for some direction to staff. Next slide, please.
And while you change slides, Fred, are you with us? I show you as you're with us. And then he just disappeared again. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the assistant city attorney just went through a lot of the information that we talked about. But as of January 1st of 2020, Senate Bill 330 is in effect, and that does affect the discretionary review process for housing developments. So housing development projects are defined as either housing units only, mixed-use developments with thirds of the square footage designated for residential use, and transitional or supportive housing. Next slide, please. So the law requirements, just to go briefly over that again, is that the city and the counties are required to have streamlined review of housing development projects. We're only permitted to have the 5 total meetings to review development projects, and that includes the workshops and continued meetings. So any, under the Permit Streamlining Act, as Bob so rightly said, any project that is exempt from CEQA has a 60-day review period. The time restraints for housing projects under CEQA have been reduced for housing development projects for projects that require an EIR. Next slide, please. And I apologize, I'm not sick. I have really bad allergies right now. So under this act, the city can only apply objective, quantifiable written design standards when we review these housing development projects. And that objective design standards involves only those type of standards that would involve no personal or judgment by a public official and is uniformly verifiable by reference. So basically is that any reasonable person would find that a standard is considered objective rather than subjective. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Matt?
And Fred, are you able to talk now? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I've got Fred in 2 different places here. So he's in the attendees, so you can hear him now. Go ahead, Fred.
Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
So in terms of the city ordinance itself, it's established 4 commissions, as talked about in chapter 2.12 of the municipal code, but then there are established 2 subcommittees, the tree committee and the design review board. The way that the ordinance is written, these need to be established annually by the council, and the committee members are appointed annually by the council and with the recommendation of the planning commission. Next slide, please. In terms of the design review board, they meet monthly. It's a 5-person board, including 3 members at large. In our case, we're fortunate in that they all have design backgrounds. And then we have a member of the tree committee and also a member of the planning commission who serves on the board. The design review board really reviews all of the development projects in the city, and then they recommend to the planning commission. The exceptions are really single-family residences and with only one access to the street. So again, that's kind of an interesting caveat in terms of that, but that's again the way the ordinance is written. They also review all sign permits for final action, and that's been really interesting to watch as we looked at other ordinances, because so many times that's more of an administrative function, but that's what takes place the way that our policies are written here in the community. Next slide is the tree committee meets quarterly. It's a 5-person board, including 3 members at large. One may be a non-resident. That's not the case. And then we have a member of the DRB and also the planning commissioner that serves on that board, again, to make up the 5 individuals. Next slide, please. The tree committee's role is to review the tree removal permit applications, and then again, they recommend to staff or the planning commission. If it's a site plan removal, it goes to the planning commission. If it's more general, like in connection with subdivision or that, it goes to the way that it's currently organized to the community development director. But again, those recommendations come from that committee. They also review landmark tree or landmark trees stand designations and recommend to the planning commission. They review for consistency with the tree preservation ordinance, review, or they possibly can be involved in developing lists of trees for the community in terms of landscape plans, that what they should be including in terms of appropriate types of trees, and along with street trees. That's something that hasn't been done in terms of the street tree portion of that. They also support the purpose and intent of the tree ordinance. So those are the things outlined in the ordinance related to the tree committee. In terms of the design review board process, with a few exceptions, as we mentioned, all of the applications go to the design review board, again, with the exception of the single family homes that have only frontage or access on only one street. The challenges that we're faced with in terms of this is that DRB meets monthly, and sometimes scheduling for the DRB and the planning commission adds considerable time to the review process. And as we've looked back through the last several years, it's been anywhere from 6 to 10 weeks. If the DRB continues the application, that's typically what happens that adds time, is if they want to look at some things or have them brought back, then that adds another 30 days immediately. The application fee is close to $8,000 because of the two-part process. The portion that goes to the DRB, I think, is around $3,000 of that amount. There's no differentiation between the major or minor projects, and so all have the same fee in terms of anything going to the DRB. I'd just like to kind of go through the process, and so you can kind of see what happens from the point that we get a date for the environmental certification or project that is exempt. We go into a noticing of the meeting as needed. We prepare staff reports, we deliver to the committee, and that time period is typically about 21 to 28 days. So again, that's going to the tree committee if that's the case. As you look at the next slide, the design review process for the DRB, it's essentially the same situation that you're looking at in terms of time allocations. These are ideal time allocations, the 21 to 28 days. And as we get in here a little further, we have some examples of 3 apartment complexes that were done, the most recent ones here in the city. So again, the 21 to 28 days is what you're looking at in terms of that review process. And the Development Review Board meets the 3rd Wednesday of each month. After you have the Design Review Board or Tree Committee look at an item that needs to go to the Planning Commission, you have the same time period of 3 to 4 weeks as an ideal, and then that goes to the Planning Commission on the 2nd and 4th Thursday of each month. And so then the Planning Commission looks at it, and they may choose to continue the item to get more information or they act on it. And then finally, from the Planning Commission, those items that go to the City Council, noticing requirements, preparation of staff report, delivery to the council in this case, and it's another 21 to 28 days. So that's a sort of just a review of how that process works and takes place. And so, on the next slide, you have 3 housing projects, so you kind of have an awareness of how long these are taking in terms of the process, and you're looking at let me put a caveat here. In some cases, you'll have the thing that affects it is the amount of time that the applicant has to make the corrections that the board or the committee has recommended and then bring it back. And so, but as you look at some of the others, they're far greater than the 2 months and the 3 months that are typically going to be are allowed under state law. And so as a result of that's where the concern becomes. Is you look at probably the quickest one was 225 Cypress, which the application was complete 11/15 of 2018, and then it was by March the 5th of 2019 the project came to the council. So this again just lets you see examples of what we're talking about in terms of the length of the process associated with it. In terms of costs associated with the design review board, let me just talk about those. Currently, we if there's a previously approved project, and we can, as staff, look at the repainting of buildings or building additions or external building modifications or modifications to landscape plans. And that staff review is established there. You can see just over $1,000 for a major project and $340 for minor. And the staff sort of decides which is major and which is minor because there's no direction included in the language of the ordinance or the standards that we use. As I mentioned, all the sign reviews go to the DRB and are approved by the DRB. That action of the DRB on signs is appealable to the Planning Commission. And there's currently no, as I mentioned, staff review of sign permits. We have done some of them because that have been, very minor through the years. And this was before any of the staff was here currently. And again, we've looked at those as a kind of a precedence. But the thing that we have seen as we look at most ordinances is you have clarification in your sign ordinance of what the sign can be, and then you apply those standards administratively, and the sign is approved, as opposed to the process that we currently have in terms of what's taking place. The sign review program, just a sign permit review, because of the process, is over $1,500 that goes to the DRB. Administratively, we do them as I mentioned, and the amounts associated with those are, about a tenth what they are in terms of the cost for the sign program, and then without the sign program, $285. So again, just there's an awareness of the costs associated with these, and it's something that we hear about. And most recently, we had a sign application. The meeting was held. It lasted about 4 minutes, and the applicant, I think, was really surprised how expensive that 4 minutes had been. And so that's something that is a concern and needs to be looked at in terms of process. Tree removal permits, they're required for all the trees in the city with few exceptions. There's an application fee. In some cases, there's the arborist report required by a qualified arborist, and then the things that are looked at in connection with that process are listed below, and I won't go through those. Then finally, in terms of other actions for the tree committee, they're involved in terms of landmark trees and tree removals associated with development projects, with recommending the Planning Commission. Again, with those, we advertise for public hearings. The tree removal not associated with a development project, as we mentioned, that's something that the community development director, myself, reviews after the information is provided by the tree committee, their recommendation to myself. In terms of the landmark tree nomination, there's no fee associated with that. And then you look at administrative tree removal. Again, this is done by staff. You can see the amounts associated with removal of those trees, $500, and then major tree removal is a little over $1,300. Most of the projects that are submitted to the city they're minor. and they involve only the DRB and the Planning Commission's review. The complex projects, at a minimum, would include the tree committee, the DRB, the Planning Commission, and the City Council's review of the process. And then any workshops or continuance increases the number of meetings. So again, those are considerations. State law requires that only objective standards be applied to housing projects, eliminating all abilities for decision makers to apply personal opinions. We currently have language in our design standards that talks about, is it aesthetically pleasing? And so because that isn't an objective standard as an example might be that on the first floor of a commercial building, 60% of that wall surface needs to be in windows. I mean, it's something that's very clear cut. As I read it, I know exactly what I need to do, as opposed to that it needs to be aesthetically pleasing. And so the state state law now has established that you've got to have those standards that are objective, and it's something that's becomes more and more important in terms of moving projects along. The city may only deny or reduce density of projects that don't meet objective written standards or that pose health and safety risks. And again, that's out of the state law, the 330, Senate Bill 330, and the changes associated with it. In terms of the considerations, I mean, there's a number of things that can be done. One thing is you could suspend the reestablishment of the tree committee and the design review board and defer all their responsibilities to those two committees to the planning commission. In that situation, you're not abolishing the committees, or you're simply not reappointing them, and you could come back and reappoint them if you chose to do that as well. The other option would be to dissolve those committees and not establish the committees, and then defer all the responsibilities of those to the planning commission, but also direct staff to return to the council with amendments to the ordinance to reflect the dissolution of those committees. Other options that I've seen in many communities has been the inclusion of specific professionals on the planning commission that address issues related to design or to trees or to landscaping. And so you would have inclusion of an architect or a designer or a landscape architect or a arborist or a person with some level of expertise in those fields that you feel would be important to consider in terms of reviewing a project. You can also, one thing that needs to be done regardless is the development of more specific policy language in the design standards and the zoning ordinance. That's something that if you have those in place, you can do a lot more things administratively. And you can also, in terms of having the planning commission review and act on those, that can be much more easily accomplished when you have those standards very clearly established. And again, that's something that the state law is pushing for in terms of requirements. And option 5 is certainly you can retain the status quo. The question there becomes, you know, does it lose out as it gets towards the council in terms of having the opportunities to review it, in terms of the 5 meetings, excuse me, and the time period restrictions that are identified in state law, and which apply to most projects that we review in terms of the 60 days. The change now with the housing is more specific to where an EIR is involved. And so again, that cut from 180 days to 90 or 60 days, quite a significant change. So that's my presentation for the council for your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Fred. Let me make sure that I'm not muted. Okay, let's go to questions from council. And Fred, can you hear me?
I can, Mayor.
Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Morton, and then I have some comments or questions.
So I do understand the necessity for housing, and Christy covered the slide that was what was defined as housing, is that a design review board hearing and a tree committee hearing add to the duration longer than 60 days or 90 days. My question is, can you have a design review board in place that only is limited in scope to commercial development, city parks, things that are excluded from the definition of housing?
Yeah, you absolutely can. And so again, like I said, in most cases, it would be a 60-day review period that they wouldn't be subject to the 5 meetings.
So if it's a commercial, completely commercial, not within this legislative act, completely commercial, you're still limited to the 60 days?
Yeah, if the determination is made related to that project that, let me just find this, that it's exempt from CEQA, the project has been exempted, and that ends up being a lot of ours, because a lot of ours are infill, or else it may be covered under previous CEQA action. Then in those cases, it's still subject to the 60 days, but not the 5 meetings.
So if it's exempt from Senate Bill 330, the scope of 330 is my question. And that's what you're addressing.
That's what I'm addressing. It is.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Is there anything to prevent joint meetings with the planning and design review and tree committee when appropriate to be considered just one meeting?
Yeah, you certainly could do that.
Has it ever been attempted?
We have had, when we were doing the downtown plan, we attempted that with the DRB and the Planning Commission.
Fred, if I could interject, I would like to ask this city attorney about that, because we have to agendize multiple meetings. If we have a tree committee, design review board, and planning commission at the same time, I'm not sure if those are considered 3 separate meetings.
I think
they have to make 3 separate actions.
They would have to make 3 separate actions. However, if it was a joint meeting, it might be considered just to be a single meeting.
You would have one notice for the meeting.
You would have one notice, yeah.
Right.
On the same vein, is it possible to amend the city ordinance to combine the design review board and the tree committee and do it in such a way that there's definite meeting dates for that combined group? I don't know what you would call it, but to make it just one committee instead of 2 separate ones.
Sure, that would certainly be an option.
So the big problem is that not only the time, the 60 days, etc., but also the number of meetings that are limited in nature, and you run into a situation where design review board may be requiring a second or third meeting on a project because something has to be done.
Right, and that's specifically on the housing projects, Councilman O'Connell. So if we could go back to the example of the 3 projects that we've done recently that were housing projects, Matt.
Right, I noticed that there was several meetings of the design review board on the 3108.
So in none of these do you have the tree committee involved. The tree committee, I think, ended up being involved at 3108 Seacrest later on in the process, because we had it seems like there was a power line or something that had to be located, and there was a tree in the public utility easement, and I think that tree had to be removed, and so that came back later. to have that tree removed. So, but as you look at these others, none of those are involving the tree committee. None of those three in terms of the process that you're looking at here.
But
So,
if you were, I'm sorry, if you were looking at 3108 Seacrest, and you see the design review board meeting on February 21st, followed by March 21st, and then the planning commission, there's nothing to prevent, for example, at the February 21 meeting, that if there were direction that had to be addressed by the developer, that could not be in a joint meeting of the planning and design review board at the April 12th meeting. See, what I'd be doing is cutting out that 3/21/18 meeting. You follow my?
So you're having a joint meeting of the DRB and the Planning Commission?
Yeah, that would be a joint meeting of the Planning and Design Review Board on April 12th to address not only what the Planning Commission would be addressing, but also what was the direction from the Design Review Board on February 21. So we're deleting the 3/21 meeting. Could that be done?
It could be done. The challenge is just you're going to have the record for both groups. You want to make sure of that in terms of what they are, in terms of and you're not getting a recommendation from the DRB to the Planning Commission until they would make that decision at that meeting, I guess. So you're kind of at a disadvantage trying to guess what the DRB is going to do at the same meeting that the Planning Commission is going to act on their recommendation. That would be the concern.
Okay.
And this is Christy. I'd like to add one more thing. There's a logistical issue in our council chamber in having both the design review board and with the remodel. It will probably be even more concerning in having two boards that are able to deliberate at the same time. And that's all I have to say.
Well, I realize that, but we have done joint meetings of the planning and council. And of course, now we have Zoom.
Everybody's got a place at the table.
Yeah, so Christy, with the remodel, it will be more difficult to have two bodies meeting concurrently.
So my feeling is that that's just something, and Matt and I have talked about this too, that if we do have joint meetings in the council chamber, we need to design it on an ADA level to make sure that everybody can be accommodated to have a potentially 7-person planning commission, as well as a 5-person board that's able to sit at tables or whatnot on the floor area. So there's just logistical issues that we would have to deal with the redesign of the council chamber. I think that joint meetings can work. It's just, I think this whole thing is a matter of whether or not these committees are absolutely necessary at this time, or if some of these duties can be consolidated to the Planning Commission.
Okay, let's go to Lane Long, and please, Lane, if you wanted to consider addressing the combination of a DRB tree committee into one committee, and then we'll go to Councilmember Berkeley. Go ahead, Lane.
Yes, I did. I think we need to do our attorneys will have to look at that issue a little bit more, because even though it is a joint meeting, if it's going to be an action of two different boards, I am concerned that possibly would be considered two meetings. So I definitely want our attorney to do a little bit more research on that. And the last issue that Christy kind of alluded to, that Fred talked about in his presentation, is subjective versus objective criteria. And what we have to do is now develop an objective criteria. And so whereas our design review board and tree committee and even planning commission and council our input often was subjective input. Now that we're have to switch this whole objective criteria. So what is the is there a purpose and a need if you have objective criteria for all these different boards, if they're all really just looking at the objective criteria and saying, yes, we meet these objective criteria or not? So I think that's an issue that we really need to understand and weigh out a little bit more.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley and then Mayor Pro Tem Morton. Lisa, you show up as being muted.
Muted myself, okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. What I was saying was that currently the Planning Commission does not have any real professional credential requirements to be on the Planning Commission. And so I'm wondering about changing the structure of the Planning Commission to either expand it to 7 people, in which case then you bring somebody such as an architect who has the qualifications for DRB criteria, and you bring them on, and maybe you bring an arborist who would be representing the voice of what was formerly the tree committee onto the Planning Commission. So what I'm suggesting is the possibility of expanding the Planning Commission to 7 people, or to change the criteria of the Planning Commission that includes, to keep it at 5 people, and then it includes having an arborist and an architect on it.
Yeah, so can we confirm the current number of planning commissioner? Is it 7 or 5?
The current number is 5. Or no, is it 7? I think it's 5.
7.
It's
No,
7.
7.
It's
7.
7.
7.
So given that it's 7, Lisa, can you state your comments?
Sure. So, well, then that we keep it at 7, but have 2 of the people on 2 of the seats on the Planning Commission, 1 be an architect and 1 be a professional arborist.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Lisa. Councilmember Morton?
So following up on the idea that you have to establish objective criteria and cannot rely on your design review board for subjective application to each project, let's talk about the design review board. Can it be established in our city governing writings that it is making recommendations, I guess, to the Planning Commission on what those standards would be, the objective standards? It would seem that that expertise that that group has could be used to annually review and look at those standards, or biannually or something, to make them objective for us to apply and the Planning Commission to apply. We're garnering their expertise, and it needs to just be invoked in the public hearings at Planning Commission and Council if there's an appeal. Would that be feasible?
You know, as I looked at the establishment of the DRB and the tree committee, I was really interested why they were established for 1 year. That you know, they looked at it and then that would be renewed each year. So that would be interesting to understand that history, because some communities will establish a committee on a temporary basis to provide the development of policy, and that's what I think you're talking about, Mayor Pro Tem, is that it's really valuable to have input from those professionals in terms of developing the policy direction, in terms of the zoning ordinance, in terms of the design standards, and then the commission carries on, and then you include those groups of professionals in that ad hoc group to look at those policy directions on a regular basis of some sort.
Right, and they're not looking at them in relation to a project. They're looking at them in the creation. So it's not a meeting, it's not one of the hearings. It's setting the standard for the city by which the Planning Commission is going to apply that to every project that comes in front of it.
Yeah,
and
I mean, ideally, you know, you get some very basic direction at the general plan level, and then you utilize those professionals in terms of interpreting that to apply it to to the policy direction that you have in the zoning ordinance or the design standards.
But it's got to be an objective criteria. To be objective, it's got to be on a piece of paper in red.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Gail and Fred. So would someone like to make a motion? And I'm kind of interested in some direction on where to go for staff to come back to us with some options. But considering combining tree committee and DRB, we need some legal advice if that's even possible. But that's one thing that I would like to see in the motion. But I'd like to ask anyone else if they'd like to make the motion as they see fit.
Yeah, I would make the motion. Then the motion would be to direct staff to look into the possibility of changing the criteria for the planning commission so that there are 2 members that have to have professional qualifications, one being an architect and the second being an arborist, or somebody who works professionally within the landscape and gardening community.
Okay, I'll second that. Do we have other council comments? Bob Rathie, do you want to give us some input here?
I think as far as Councilmember Berkeley's motion, or on the meeting, on whether a joint meeting constitutes 1 or more meetings, not quite sure what you're asking me for.
Let's go to
Hello?
Yes, Bob, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me for an opinion on.
Only that I saw your hand up, so I thought you had some input on the motion.
No, I'm sorry. I'll lower it.
Okay, so let's go to Councilmember
Apologize.
O'Connell and then Mayor Pro Tem Morton. No problem. Go ahead.
Yes,
Frank.
thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion that we go with number 5, retain the status quo, direct the city staff to come back, and with the help of the city attorney, to come back with the possibility of combining the DRB with the tree committee and modifying the ordinance in accordance with this modification in combining of the 2 committees to reduce or at least be more specific as to the duties of that new committee.
I will second that for the purpose of discussion.
Okay.
If I may. Did we lose the mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Frank.
Thank you. The concern I have with the first motion that was made by Councilwoman Berkeley is the real difficulty in filling positions. We have had for years vacancies on various commissions, and to try to find a someone sitting in planning commission who's an architect or an arborist, we may be going for years before we find someone to do that. So I think more practically, it would be to go with finding the 2 subcommittees and in turn address at a later time what the council thinks as far as combining them and the legality of this being appropriate and possibly joint meeting with this new committee and the planning committee when necessary. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Frank. Let's go to Councilmember Urrutia and then Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
So I'm definitely interested in the notion of combining committees. Not sure if it's combining tree committee with DRB or combining tree committee DRB with planning commission, similar to what Councilmember Berkeley was suggesting. But one question that I wonder is there anything about the dates that these committee meetings are scheduled that creates a problem for us? And can we look at what sort of efficiencies we can generate by just reorienting the calendar for these various committee hearings, so that possibly going from tree committee to DRB to planning commission could take place within, you know, possibly 3 weeks rather than, almost 4 weeks between each meeting.
Are you directing that at me, Councilman Urrutia?
Yeah, like could
the
turnaround from the closure of the tree committee meeting to the time that the item is ready to be heard by the DRB, could that be a week? And could the same be true of the turnaround from DRB to planning commission if we worked the meeting schedule?
It's the issue of noticing that comes into play, and sometimes just getting the information back from the applicant. I've typically seen that becomes a real challenge in terms of just the logistics of trying to do things in too short of a time. I think, the 3 weeks is that minimum. I don't think it's just the logistics of the time as much as it is just the logistics of the whole process. Logistics of the timing of the meeting, it's the logistics of the whole process in terms of noticing and preparation of the reports and getting them to the committee members in a timely enough manner that they can review them. So that's sort of the balance there.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
So I seconded Councilmember O'Connell's motion for the purpose of discussion about combining these two committees. The difficulty that I'm having is in our staff report at page 1 of 11D. It sets forth in there in the background, third paragraph, of what the law requires is that an objective design standard is defined as a design standard that involves no personal or subjective judgment. It's uniformly verifiable by a reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion that's knowable by the developer. The whole point here is that the design review board isn't going to be able to point and pick things out. It's going to be a checklist. It's going to be a checklist. It's not colors. It's not going to be the kind of work that the design review board was doing. We moved an entryway. I don't remember the number of the project. They wanted 2 buildings connected by a bridge going across. Those kinds of subjective choices, which are brilliantly done, and architects are so good with that eye, we don't have the ability to analyze projects from that. So I am not seeing the benefit of a design review board in the concept of how we've used it in the past versus what are these objective standards. Those are the experts that I would want to have sit around a table and say, here's the objective criterion. And I think they're done, because that objective criterion that is what's going to be used, and the Planning Commission is certainly capable. Staff, you give us a grid already when you're going through things that you check. Does it meet this requirement? Does it meet that requirement? That's what the Planning Commission is going to have to do. You only have 5 meetings, and there is no discretion. So I can't support the motion. I can't.
Okay. Fred, is it true that the design review board and their subjective considerations could still apply to non-residential projects and to suggestions that are not mandates, like asking the developer, we think it might be better with more lattice or less lattice or more windows or a different color or different texture. Can those comments be helpful and adopted voluntarily by developers? Or is it the case that if it's not mandatory, they won't really care to listen to DRB's suggestions? So one, is there any subjective value to the DRB? And two, do they have value on non-residential projects?
They would still have the right in terms of those non-residential projects to review those, because the criterion is only applicable to housing. The thing is, in some cases, you do want to move actually towards those objective criterion as much as you have, and then you might have you'd have the standards, and then you'd have guidelines, which were more recommendations, and that's what we've done in the downtown plan. And we're having to go back and look at that because of the housing portions associated with that in terms of those criteria. So they still would have that option, but again, I would hope that we would move towards some more objective, because to say it's aesthetically pleasing that's a tough standard to be looking at and trying to interpret. So yeah, that option does exist, and again, they could make recommendations. My experience with guidelines is that aren't mandatory is that there's some that will nod their heads, and in a few situations those recommendations will show up, but most often they do not.
All right. Let's go to Lisa and then Frank, and then we'll make it over to public comment. Councilmember Berkeley?
I have a question about maybe having instead an advisory committee or an ad hoc committee of maybe of an architect or of an arborist. I mean, I hear Councilmember O'Connell's point about the difficulty of finding people that fit those qualifications, but if they were part of the full planning commission, and they would then potentially be empty seats. So what about the possibility of, I don't know, ad hoc or advisory committee and something like that, which is a subtle difference than having a full design review board, and maybe is a way to get the expertise if it's available, while not having to risk having another meeting.
I've worked with groups like that. The thing that comes to mind was in historic preservation, where you had issues that had come up, but again, they were issues that were a little bit more subjective, and that committee would go out and look at the site, and then they would approve something, and it would come back to the in this case, the Landmarks Commission for ratification. I've seen that before. I guess we kind of have to look at the logistics of how that might work in terms of utilizing that approach. So, I mean, there's many ways of doing it, and there's many communities are doing it in very different ways. So it's just looking at how that might function, how that might be done. And is there response to the commission a recommendation? I mean, does it carry weight, or is it a recommendation?
Thank you. Lisa, can you restate your motion, and then we're going to go to Frank O'Connell's comments and ask him the same.
Sure. My original motion was to have the planning commission, or actually it was to have staff look into changing the qualifications of the planning commission to include an arborist or landscape expert and an architect on the planning commission.
Arborist / or landscape architect, and what was the last one? I'm sorry.
And an architect.
And
So that
So to include an arborist landscape architect, or an arborist and a landscape architect?
arborist and, an arborist or a landscape architect. But
That's one person?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
And while we're having staff look into that, to direct staff to also look into the feasibility or the legality of having an advisory or recommendation committee comprised of two such people, one being a landscape architect or arborist, the other being an architect.
Okay, so that's new to your motion, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'll second it just to move on. So did your first option where the staff looks into an arborist / or landscape architect, what was the disposition of the DRB and the tree committee in that option?
They would be dissolved.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Anything else that you wanted to provide input on?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Let's go to Frank O'Connell and be clear on your motion, Frank, and then we'll go to the public.
Sure. Just one quick comment on Mayor Pro Tem Morton's concerns about objectivity. That's why I was saying in the motion that I wanted to have the staff look at the existing ordinances, make the necessary modifications. My motion is as follows: retain the status quo for now, direct the staff as to the combining of the Design Review Board and the Tree Committee, address modifications of the ordinances as to the duties of the combined committee, and provide council with direction as to the joint committees meeting being one or being considered one or more meetings.
Okay, Frank, can you just repeat that all over again? I think I need to hear it one more time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There was a television show, Taxi, in which a person asked what a yellow light meant. It meant slow down. Okay, here I go. Retain the status quo, direct staff as to combining the DRB and the tree committee, address modifications of the ordinances as to the duties of the combined committee, and provide council with direction as to the joint committee being one or more meeting under the law.
Okay, I got it clear now. Retain status quo, staff consider the combining DRB and tree committee and addressing what modifications of the ordinance would need to happen for that combined, for that new, the duties for that new combined committee, and whether it would require one or more meetings for that combined committee to meet.
Well, a little bit different, and provide council with direction as to the joint committees, the new committee meeting with the plan committee being considered one meeting or more than one meeting.
Okay, all right. And Fred, do you understand the second motion?
I believe.
Did you say Frank or Fred?
I meant to say Fred.
I don't know if the second holds though.
The second's going to hold for discussion. I need a clarification from Frank after Fred answers. Go ahead.
Fred, did you understand the motion?
I understood. I believe it was the question of combining the tree and the DRB, and then having joint meetings with the planning commission. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be. Okay, Frank, give it another go because I don't want to misspeak it, but I think I've got it.
Okay, I think that retain the status quo, direct staff as to the combining of the DRB and the tree committee, and have them address modifications of the existing ordinance as to the duties of that combined committee, and provide council with direction as to a joint committee meeting being with the new committee and the planning commission being considered one or more meeting under the law.
Okay, it's becoming much clearer to me each time. Fred, do you have any questions about the motion so that you're clear what it means?
I can send it to you in an email.
When you say maintain the status quo, are you saying maintain the tree committee and the DRB? Because that's the status quo.
That's just for now until you come back to the council.
Okay.
One of your options in the staff report was number 5, and I just said, let's stay that way for now. And come back to the council with this new information, then we can see what we're going to do.
Okay. Christy has a comment over, there's a project coming our way, and she may have some insights in terms of applying it to a real life example that could be helpful.
You mean to a combined, Fred, do you mean to a combined committee?
Yeah, in terms of just process wise, in terms of addressing the recommendation from Council Member O'Connell.
Well, I think that would be appropriate to have that example when it comes back to us. So what I'm understanding is retain the status quo, look into this additional information, come back to us with your findings, and then we would decide whether to what to do with these 3 bodies. And at that time, Christy could give us the example that you're thinking of, whether it's already in progress or behind us or in front of us.
Yeah, it's fairly immediate, and I think that's why she was concerned.
Okay, so Christy's concerned that if we keep the status quo, it might slow down or booger up the imminent project that you're going to be addressing.
Yeah, it might, in terms of the 5 meetings.
Okay. Lane Long, looking for some direction from you at this point. How would you like to proceed? We can't hear you, Lane. Somebody's muted.
May I ask the maker of the motion to modify it to address what was just raised, which would be to add to your motion, suspend actions of the DRB and the tree committee as to all projects defined within SB 33 until this matter comes back. So it's the status quo, but suspending action. So we're not using their meetings towards the count of 5 meetings.
If that can be done legally based on the existing ordinance, I don't have a problem, but I do have a problem whether or not we can just disregard an ordinance like that.
Yeah, I think one of the options was similar to that. It was kind of let them go dark, get some more information, and then bring them back into the light should we wish. Was there an option, something like that you outlined earlier, Fred?
There was, yes.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment suggestion, Frank.
Sure, fine.
And Bob Rathy, Frank was asking to ensure that it was legal, this amendment, this friendly amendment.
Yes, I believe that it would be legal. I mean, the city council, the ordinance has just established the committees under the planning commission. The obligation, I believe, and the procedures by which they meet, I don't believe are codified in the municipal code.
Okay. All right. So we have 2 motions on the floor, and I asked folks to repeat them so that when we go to public comment, the public isn't confused. But we do have some hands up. Let's go to Councilmember Urrutia first.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't ask this in my questions earlier, but what happens if we are out of compliance with SB 330? Like, what sort of teeth are in the law to say that if a housing project has a review process of greater than 60 days, like what happens to us?
Adam, I think the answer is that it's approved by default. But Fred, if you want to add to that.
That's correct. That's exactly what happens. The project is approved.
Okay. All right, Lisa, did you have any more, or are you ready to go to public comment?
Yeah, actually, can we go back for a second to the slide with the 3 different options for a second? Because the reason that I'd like to do that is it seems that I'm not really clear on what the advantage of combining them is, and it just seems like the process is still a little too long. That's I just would like to see that slide again.
Is this the one you're referring to?
No, with the three different examples that were given, it was towards the end, I think.
These three examples.
Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling to see really what the advantage of combining them is.
Well, in every case, you would delete the design review board and tree committee in every one of those 3 examples to reduce the number of meetings.
Right. And that's I'm just not seeing what the full advantage is here.
So in example 1 at 3108 Seacrest, you'd have only 2 planning commission meetings and 1 city council meeting. So you'd have 3 meetings.
Right.
And in 264 Carmel, you could do the same. Just you'd have 2 planning commissions and 2 city councils. You'd have 4 instead of 8, 9. And then in 225 Cypress, you'd have 2 meetings instead of 3.
Right. Okay.
All right. Lane, you're welcome. Thank you. Lane Long, our city manager, did you have any input? I see your hand was up.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand the second motion there, because that was my concern, is if we keep the status quo, then SB 330 is in effect, and there's a very strong likelihood these projects, we have a lot of projects now coming down from the dunes that they're moving forward, that these will not ever make it to the city council. And so I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean by the second motion.
Okay, so now the second motion has been friendly amended so that it's temporarily going to suspend the DRB and tree committee from these deliberations while staff investigates the information that Councilmember O'Connell has asked. Is that correct, Frank?
That is correct.
So that nothing in the pipeline is going to exceed the time limit or the number of meetings. More information.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted you to clarify that, because that was my concern, is some significant projects that I want the city council will need to see and weigh in on.
Okay, so I think it's important that we get to city council, public comment, so that we can move on to this conclusion and other items that are really important, and it's getting rather late. So let's go now to public comment, and we'll start with Dawn. Go ahead, Dawn.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members, and hopefully I'm off camera. Perfect.
We can barely hear you, Dawn.
Oop. All right, is it better?
Don't think so.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, maybe it was my computer. Sorry about that. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Dawn Alva, a longtime resident. I had the pleasure of building 3 homes simultaneously in a marina about 10 to 12 years ago. I can tell you it was a very frustrating process. We heard such things as subjective comments such as like and dislike the review board. It would have been a much better experience if there were one body, hence the planning commission, to go through, and and a set of standards, right, that we were building towards, instead of this arbitrary, bring us something. So my opinion, I would prefer that these commissions be consolidated into the Planning Commission. I'm not sure that it has to go all the way to an architect and an individual that specializes within the trees. But I would prefer that there would be one body that builders, citizens like me, and obviously developers on a much larger scale could go through, so they would have a positive experience with the process and the city of Marina. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Paula Plo next, but I wanted to give a little bit of a shout out to some of our guests in waiting. Frank Gessler and Dan Baldwin, thank you for your patience. Please stay with us. We're going to try to get to the next issues regarding COVID as soon as possible. Okay, Paula, go ahead if you'd like. Okay, Paula. I'm unmuting you, Paula, and then you're remaining muted. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now, kiddo?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I find the whole process to be really cumbersome. I think it puts our projects at risk and the council at risk at not having the number of meetings under this new law available to it that it may need. I support, in part, Councilmember Berkeley's motion. What I would suggest to address the problem that Councilmember O'Connell was referencing, wherein there's difficulty in getting enough people to serve on the Planning Commission, is an alternative that could be considered. Consolidate this into the Planning Commission, reduce the voting members on the Planning Commission to 5, and add 2 those that have been suggested, in an arborist /or landscape architect and a regular architect as advisory ex officio. So you don't expand the size of the Planning Commission. It would still be 7 members, and you would add that expertise and know that you have those 2 people already on your design review board. Other members of the public, I want to give credit to, you know, on the tree committee in particular, Mike Owen. That expertise can still come into the Planning Commission meetings. And so in that manner, if you look at it from that perspective, you still have everybody on board. You've consolidated it. It's not unwieldy. And, you know, you can move forward expeditiously as you need to under this new bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. And let's go to Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. I agree with the alternative option recommended by Council Member O'Connell. Rather than consolidating the duties of the DRB and Tree Committee into the Planning Commission, because I sit on the Planning Commission, and that's a lot of work right there to have more responsibility like that. I support the DRB and Tree Committee functions to be consolidated in one meeting, like a design and tree review board, but this is not a meeting of 2 boards, but a newly populated board, so that both the DRB and the Tree Committee, as we know it right now, would be dissolved. And the DRB currently has 1 member who reviews landscaping. And I would recommend that this new consolidated meeting have that position omitted, as well as the Planning Commission liaison, in favor of the Tree Committee electing 2 members to the new consolidated meeting. I think that the Tree Committee should select persons who have landscaping and tree expertise. And in deference to the importance of the Tree Committee, I would like them to be able to assign 2 new members to this reformulated board. And following this meeting, 1 architect representative and 1 tree and landscaping expert would report recommendations to the Planning Commission, either in a written form or a 10-minute verbal report, for example, because that would be very helpful, I think. I would miss not having that kind of scrutiny by these experts. So that this consolidated design and tree board would not be able to extend a meeting beyond the 1 allotted meeting. And they, as I think Fred was saying, that there may be a need for them to meet more frequently. This is the sacrifice that has to be made to accommodate the new laws in order to allow for potential additional review meetings by either or both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So each of those bodies could have the option to have one more meeting, or if they choose to just have one, then you're just talking about 3 meetings: the consolidated joint meeting, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. So as a planning commissioner, as well as having been the liaison to the DRB for several years, I'm really aware of their invaluable input and perspective on the project. And I believe that the city's review of projects would be lessened by assuming that planning commissioners have the abilities of review that the DRB and the tree committees have already. We simply can't review projects as competently as they do. And I think the emphasis on standards to reduce the issues to a checklist really does disservice to what these experts can offer. We wouldn't need a planning commission by that same notion. So despite some of the issues brought up, our approved projects have been quite good and of high quality. And I know there's no completely satisfying solution to these restrictions of the SB 330, but I hope that this alternative option is given serious consideration and trial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm more in favor of Councilmember Berkeley's recommendation, her motion. I believe that what Tree Committee and the DRB do is make recommendations for the Planning Commission. We still have to review what they've done, and oftentimes we change it. If the standards are objective rather than subjective, then all we would be doing is looking to see is, did they meet those objective standards? And we don't need a design review board to tell us whether or not those standards have been met. We can see that ourselves. I have sat on the design review board, the Planning Commission, the Tree Committee, and I was on the Planning Commission back in the early 2000s. And I found that the discussions were very much subjective. What did it look like? How appealing was it? Rather than looking at an objective standard and point of view. When I examined something as a planning commissioner, I had my ruler out. Did this meet the standards that we did have, like private open space in a complex? Did you have a private place to be outside? And found that it may look like that, but actually you were so close to your neighbors, there was nothing private about it. So I believe the Planning Commission, if they do their job with appropriate standards to look at, they can review everything without having to have a design review board or a tree committee. I also believe that design review board and tree committee add extra cost to, in fact, that was pointed out in one of the slides, extra cost to the developer, but it's also extra staff time, which is why there's extra cost, because there's more staff time. And as we're looking at lots of projects coming down the road, the last thing you want to have is redundancy. And I have found that tree committee and design review board create a redundancy in staff work that is not necessary to accomplish the goals of the city. I much prefer to streamline the process. We have many projects that will be coming through, and a streamlined process is more efficient, and with appropriate objective standards, it will be easy for the Planning Commission to be able to review these projects and either recommend for approval or recommend for disapproval if they don't meet those standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Mike Owen.
Yeah, hi. I feel really weird because it seems like I'm the only one that doesn't think the status quo still exists since the pandemic started, since the Marina Council gave the city manager emergency powers and the subcommittees and commissions other than planning commission are, like suspended. So there's no blockage where the city manager is talking about the Dunes projects coming up that exist right now. So basically, what is the urgency? Because there is no status quo. I mean, the city manager has all the discretion to take things directly to the planning commission right now. A second question, the city manager seemed to be sort of fudging as far as like what SB 330 applies to. My understanding from the language that he gave to me is that it applies to housing projects. And the tree committee, I'm not sure about the DRB, but the tree committee, as far as housing projects for the CDD, that's been their main focus for the last 2 of the 3 tree committee meetings that they've ever held, Dune and Seacrest. But they can't see the forest for the tree permits for Dunes and Seacrest. If you go to a higher perspective and you look at the big picture as far as just tree permits, we do things for commercial developments. That was the first phase of the Dunes. That wasn't housing, that was all commercial. We did MST. I mean, Gail should know about that. We have Imgen Road, the CDD by era, apparently before he came to California, he thought tree removal permits for public lands, was not something that cities did. That's why we didn't review the 500 trees on Imgen Road. It should have come to the tree committee. So the tree committee does things, not just commercial, public lands, parks, individual homes, street trees, but they do these other duties that he doesn't mention, other than landmark trees, which is obviously not affected by SB 330, but also tree lists, which we have done. And we have a very interested Greg Simmons, new applicant, that's really interested in doing tree plantings. And just the general purpose, which is to encourage new plantings and beautify the city. There's so many things that the tree committee has as functions that 80% of them do not relate to SB 330. And we have the expertise 30 years to make this a benefit for the city. So, please correct me. We don't exist in the status quo right now. So what's the urgency for deciding something that a year ago the planning commission was trying to gather public input to come up with about streamlining back then? But ideally you would have the bodies involved, tree committee members, the public, DRB members, the planning commission members, after this is all over, coming up with a really good solution. So it's just so frustrating. What kind of reality are we in? We're talking about status quo. That hasn't existed. It's not existing right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you for paying attention to the time elapse. You bring up very good points. Let's go to Greg. Greg Fury.
Well, I've said it before. Or can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Said it before, no good deed goes unpunished, and that goes for all of you elected officials who sit through these meetings. One thing I least miss about retirement is not sitting through meetings. I'm doing this voluntarily like you are, but a couple of things. Mike made some good points about kind of overview. I also heard what Don Alvis said, and having been in a similar position, I can completely relate to that. There's nothing more frustrating than trying to bring a project forward, especially on a smaller scale, and having to go through what feels like an obstacle course, what feels adversarial, even if it's not intended to be. I think that Council Member O'Connell brought up an issue about not being able to fill positions with qualified experts. I don't see how that's any different in the current DRB or tree committee. There should be somebody with expertise. I do support what Councilmember Berkeley I do support what she is suggesting for her motion. And I think that was particularly well qualified by Nancy Amadeo, who has a pretty deep well of experience in all the facets of this. I sat through a couple of DRB meetings when I was on Planning Commission many, many years ago. And I have to say, it reminded me of Thomas Aquinas in the 12th century when he posed the question, how many angels can be on the head of a pin? Because, and the Catholic Church argued about that for 200 years, theologians. And that was what the DRB meeting that I attended, the one that I attended 2 of them, but one of them that was particularly technical. That's what it reminded me of. I think that if you had, as Lisa suggested, Councilmember Berkeley, somebody of whatever the qualifications that would be set out in the architectural realm, and also somebody that has a arborist or landscape architect, whatever, something in that related field, that would bring good level expertise. I think Paula Polo also gave a good alternative to that. But I do think that making development in the city, especially on a smaller scale, such a challenging exercise. I think that there's got to be some ways to simplify it, make it a win-win for everybody. That's it. Thank you. Thanks very much for all of your volunteer time, by the way.
Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, let's go to Greg Simmons.
Yes, good evening again. So I think I support some version of what Councilman Berkeley suggested, but the points that Mike Owen were making, I think are really important. Are we in a hurry to do this? Has the public had enough time to have a look at what we're talking about? So a version where everything that's clearly SB 330 goes to a planning commission that has expertise in the tree committee world or in the tree expertise landscape and also architect. That makes sense. But there's a lot of other things that the tree committee has done and can do regarding recommendations, advisory, policy. They could be there as a non-voting body potentially, but providing recommendations, getting information to set policy. You could have, there's a lot of things going on in the downtown specific plan. We talk about an urban forest, we talk about street trees, there are parks, there's a landmark tree programs. You could preserve some decision-making over some of those issues if there were tree permits required, but the tree committee potentially could have a much wider, broader impact on the health of trees in Marina. And I think those are things to really think about. And the obvious thing to me is if we're under these restrictions by SB 330, just take that part out if that's what we have to do and build the PC with the expertise needed in order to do that, but preserve the tree committee as an advisory body to the planning committee, as well as these other functions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Greg. Brian McCarthy, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that a majority of you council members have served on the Planning Commission, at least 2 of you very recently. The excellent quality of the questions asked by Mr. O'Connell, I think, are representative of that. I'm confident you are all well positioned to decide on this issue. So by last count, there's 121 charter cities in the state, 361 general law cities. They're all handling this exact same issue, but in slightly different ways. I don't have time in my 4 minutes to share with you what I've learned by looking at the different ways they're handling it. But I would like to think you might want to see some examples of how the other cities are approaching this problem. As I understand, this has been created to provide an advantage or incentive to housing, specifically affordable housing. So my first question through the mayor, maybe to staff, is approximately what percent of projects over the last 5 years would staff expect would have qualified for this fast track review process? My question for council to consider is, by implementing some of the fast track changes for all applicants, does it in some way diminish the advantage it provides to low income housing applicants, or is it not really a zero sum game? The tree committee has really had a storied past. I've been told it was formed out of a strong presence of the Marina Tree and Garden Club. Between the two organizations, so much of what we as citizens enjoy in Marina today has come from these organizations, including countless trees and gardens throughout the city. I do think it's critical the city continues to support that movement in a huge way in our future. So I think kind of where do we go from here? I've certainly heard concerns about the structure of the tree committee, DRB, and planning commission over the years, even before SB 330 and SB 35 became an issue. I do think it's an opportunity to kind of root some of these structures from the ground up and really solve some of the real issues involved that go maybe a little deeper than the ministerial review process. You know, I think Kathy brought up a good question that, you know, if everything was strictly objective, I mean, really, what is the purpose of having a planning commission as well? I mean, I think that's in some ways a legitimate question. I think as we grow as a city and I talk to people, I hear more and more people who would love to participate. So I just want to make a plea to anyone listening. If you're one of those people, please do express your interest to the city so that the city knows that there's a huge pool of people to choose from as they appoint people to these different committees. I heard the sign ordinance being discussed earlier. I think I would be remiss to say that, you know, I don't know that a lot of the issues with signs is the ordinance or the DRB, it's enforcement. In a lot of ways, you know, we have a notorious lack of code enforcement. And as I have guests that come to the city from out of town, I've heard on more than one occasion that Marina has an identity issue. You know, what really is Marina, and how do you solve that? I think it's by having, you know, solid committees that kind of help form that identity. So yeah, and just in terms of being crystal clear about what projects qualify for this fast track and which ones don't, I don't know that we've still heard that and what the reason is for applying the fast track to all projects. I'm inclined to support Frank O'Connell's motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Okay, let's get to the questions. Brian asked, in the last 5 years, what percentage of the projects would have been fast tracked? And we're just looking for a ballpark estimate, Fred or Christy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All the projects would have been subject to the 60-day review that was in place before Senate Bill 330, just in the because let me take that back. All of them would have been subject to either the 60-day or possibly the 90-day that came in with Senate Bill 330.
Okay. Mike made the point that it's his understanding that currently the tree committee and the DRB are in suspension status. Lane, can you speak to that, and anything else you had your hand up for?
Yes, Mayor. First of all, it's 10 o'clock, so we'll need a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay. We have a lot to do. At least I think we should do the 100,000 business plus 100,000 residential. So I'll motion we go to 10:30.
Second.
Does any member of the public wish to speak to that motion to extend to 10:30? Then we'll come back to council. Matt, can you give us a roll call, please?
Member Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell, so yes, Councilmember O'Connell, or
Yes, I'm sorry.
sure, Mayor Pro
Sorry to
Tem,
yes too, but yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. So that motion passes unanimously. Let's try to wrap this up if we could, as quickly as possible. Gail, how about we give you the next input?
Thank you. So the reason that I like Frank's motion, first of all, is I'm not sure we want to abolish the design review board and the tree committee for commercial projects. When you think about the VA DOD clinic, that kind of review is important. When you think about our hotels, that kind of review is important. The 5-meeting restriction is to projects that are strictly defined. And so keeping those review boards up and going for things that are not within that limitation may be valuable. So Frank's motion is saying we'll suspend them acting now so that we're not putting in jeopardy any of the projects that are residential in the timeline, but bring it back. Let's see if we can define the scope and what these two committees are doing to serve what are the functions that we would like them to continue to do that does not interfere with SB 330. And that's why I think it's a good motion. I think we're going to have a really hard time getting architects to say, yeah, I'm going to be the sole architect reviewing every single thing that comes in front of the Planning Commission. That's a heavy burden, and they get paid to do that by other people.
Thank you, Gail. I don't see any reason to continue the suspension of the DRB and the tree committee in non-SB 330 related projects. And Frank, I wonder if you do, given what we've heard tonight in the last half hour, would you like to modify your motion at all about the suspension of those two, or keep it the way you initially motioned?
Well, what is the status? I'll ask the city manager. What is the status relating to suspension of those committees? I was of the opinion, like Mike Owen was, is that they were suspended.
Go ahead, Lane.
Bob, we'll have Bob Ratke answer that.
Bob, you're on the hot seat.
It's all right. They are suspended presently. Well, the proclamation of local emergency remains in effect until the council itself terminates that proclamation, or I suppose the council could make a change and terminate only the suspension of the recommendatory committees prior to that date if it felt it was appropriate. But they are currently in suspension.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, what are you requesting for a friendly amendment to the amendment?
Well, yours was to temporarily suspend both. They're already in suspension. Mine is to lift the suspension for non-330 matters so that they could still be active on anything that we think is to our benefit that's not a 330 related project, because they do have the ability to do good work for us. But other than that, the rest of your motion, I think would be very appropriate.
All right, I'll accept that amendment if the second holds.
Mr. Mayor, I do think that though that to I'll say to amend the city manager's current suspension of the committees in all projects would require a separate action by the council that would need to be on the agenda.
And we're not suggesting to do that, are we, Bob? We're just suggesting do it to non-housing projects.
Well, but that would change the city manager's proclamation or determination now. So I think that's a separate action that's not before you tonight. I think it could be brought back to that effect, but I don't think it could be done as part of this item.
Okay.
The direction could be to bring that back. Let me clarify it.
But
let's go ahead with
but
Lisa.
Mr. Mayor, isn't
Just
it?
one moment,
Are you
please.
okay if they
Let's
go
to
back into?
Councilmember Berkeley, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
Okay.
As I understand it, though, right now we already have one architect on the DRB. Is that correct? Before
No.
I continue. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This is Christy. You have. Yes, you do. You have two, I think. Yeah, yes, two.
Two architects, Christy, or two landscape
Well,
architects?
one that is in city and one out city.
Right. Okay, so we have two architects on the current design review board.
Correct.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead, please, Councilmember Berkeley.
No. Well, I'm sorry, three.
Okay, we have three architects on the DRB, Lisa. Thank you, Christy.
Okay. I think I will withdraw my further comment at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
I didn't think that your motion, Mr. Mayor, the amendment was asking for this to supersede the urgency, the emergency measures, but just making sure that when the emergency measures are done, your motion is for SB 330 that the Design Review Board and the Tree Committee can reconvene, just like the Planning Commission or any other of the committees, Recreation, Cultural Services, etc.
Right.
That's what I was understanding, is you were not asking to do something separate other than what was within the scope of tonight's action. That's what I was trying to clarify with you.
Well, if letting those committees operate on non-330 related projects would require a future action, then we'll take that. If it can happen without a future action, then I would hope that we would do that tonight. But it doesn't really matter what happens in the next 2 weeks if we need to continue the current suspension until we can officially have it on our agenda.
So the second holds, that is fine, Frank.
Okay. Does anyone have any objection toward Lisa's motion if the staff looks into putting two members to represent DRB and tree committee issues on the Planning Commission? Or do you think that is such a separate motion that you'd rather not direct staff tonight to do that? To look at changing the qualifications of the Planning Commission to include an arborist / landscaper and an architect as two of the 7 members on that Planning Commission. So I guess I'll ask Frank. Frank, do you want to direct staff to do anything that includes Lisa's points, or just keep it the way it is?
Just keep it the way it is.
Okay. All right. Let's then go to a vote on the substitute motion, which is to lift the suspension of the DRB and Treaty Committee as soon as possible for non-330 related matters, and then to direct staff to look into modifying the ordinance and what that would take to combine those committees, and to give us information on how many meetings does it make when they do meet jointly. Is that accurate enough, Frank?
That is pretty close to being exact, but I can again just type it up and send it into the deputy city clerk tomorrow.
Okay.
That's what it is, though. That's the body of it.
Yeah, I was trying to summarize it. Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
What got left out in your summary, and my understanding, Frank, was it was addressing to modify the duties of the combined committees.
That's correct.
Right. What kind of address the modifications to the ordinance that would be required if we combine those two boards?
And
correct.
So I'm just, to the maker of the motion, I'm asking that could be a modification to say they're working on non-SB 330 matters, and the SB 330 matters would bypass those committees. That's contemplated in your motion, correct, Councilmember
Right.
O'Connell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And for that reason, I can support it. Thank you.
All right. Matt Mokerson, can we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Berkeley,
She's muted.
Sorry, no.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. And although there was no urgency that we see, this has been before us for about 1.5 years, maybe longer. And so at some point we have to make some progress in this regard. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for staff for all of your patience and to all the public that have been waiting through this issue. Let's move on now to the COVID. And I wanted to ask council to change the agenda so that we do not get to the COVID update, so that we can get to the actual implementation potentially of these resident and business assistant programs, which I think everyone probably would agree are the highest priority right now. So if there's no objection, we'll go to 11F.
Mayor?
Yes.
I request one thing. We have a person from the Small Business Center who has been waiting the whole meeting to make a presentation on really the ability and the different tools that they have to really help our small businesses. If she could make her presentation, I think that would really be helpful to the community.
Yes, I'm very appreciative that she's been waiting all this time, as have other people that we want to hear from tonight. But first, we just have to get clear that we're going to change the order of the agenda so that we get to that item and we skip the update on the impacts of COVID and go right into the residential business assistance program issue. Is there any objection by council member? Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes, I do not know exactly the details that were going to be included in the update. And so if there are anything that our city manager feels are absolutely urgent and any kind of change, I would like to hear those.
Okay.
But short and to the point, not a discussion, like kind of bullet point.
Okay, City Attorney Bob Raffy, normally we have public comment on anything on the agenda. If we were, can you give us some direction here? We have these two issues relating to COVID and very little time. You're muted, Bob. Bob, you're muted.
Yeah, we cannot dispense with the right for the public to comment on matters on the agenda.
So
if we take up the COVID update, even in abbreviated form, it would still require that public comment be allowed on the matter when it's heard.
Okay. We probably can't do both tonight, so why don't we start with 8F, if there's no objection to reordering it, to hear the assistant programs first.
Okay, I'll just comment that the mayor has the power under the council procedures to reorder the agenda, subject to being overruled by a majority vote of the council.
Right. So I'd prefer just to ask if there's any objections to the reordering, and if not,
none. No objection.
None.
Okay. All right. Cindy and Lane, why don't you start us off, Lane, if you wanted to introduce Cindy officially.
Cindy, why don't you just go ahead and do that?
And introduce
Sure.
yourself, please, Cindy.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, council members, staff, and community members. My name is Cindy Mirzon, and I'm the director of the Cal Coastal Small Business Development Center, also known as the SBDC, that serves entrepreneurs and business owners in Monterey and San Benito counties. It's my pleasure to provide you with an update on SBDC services related to COVID-19 response and resources for small businesses. Next slide, please. What is an SBDC? Small Business Development Center. In a nutshell, we're part of a nationally accredited network of over 1,000 centers in the US, Puerto Rico, and Guam. We provide services through a Central California regional network that's based in UC Merced that we serve 14 Central California counties. We provide small businesses in Monterey and San Benito counties with no fee, one-on-one business advising, training, and access to information and resources to help businesses start, grow, and succeed. And we are able to provide those services at no cost to the business owner because of the financial support that we receive from the U.S. Small Business Administration, the California Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and local partners such as California Coastal Rural Development Corporation, who hosts our entity as well as a small business lender, cities of Salinas and Seaside, County of San Benito, and the Fort Ord Reuse Authority, and UC Merced. Next slide, please. We have professional expert business advisors that can assist small businesses with confidential business assistance in a wide variety of topic areas. I'll let you read those. I won't go through them all. Basically, we customize our one-on-one services with a business to their specific needs and connect them with the expert consultants that will help them with what their specific needs are.
Cindy, can I ask you a quick question on that slide where it has the finance? One of the finance duties is for loan application assistance. Is that person or that department up to speed with all of the COVID related?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's about all we've been doing for the last 30 days is helping people apply for those loans.
All right. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. Next slide. The objective of our program is to improve the economy by supporting Monterey and San Benito County entrepreneurs and business owners. Specifically during COVID-19, we are helping businesses understand their available resources, assisting with disaster funding applications. So we've been helping them with the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program and the PPP or Paycheck Protection Program loan program and others. And then we are offering education and professional guidance for business recovery. Next slide. During the last 30 days, this is some information about businesses we've served from Marina. We've served 6 Marina businesses versus 12 for the same period in 2019. And that's a really odd statistic because if you look at how the rest of the county, the 2 counties go, we've served 282 businesses in the last 30 days versus 87 for the same period in 2019. So the trend in Marina is very surprising. You might ask, is it based on need versus awareness? I can't imagine that it's based on need. I think every small business is struggling right now. So I'm going to jump to the conclusion that it must be based on awareness. We offer same-day response to registrations for new services. And then once we connect with them and we set them up with a consultant, the consultant meets with them in 1 to 2 days from when they have registered, and it's a virtual meeting, again, at no cost to the business owner. Next slide. As I just shared, our services have been in very high demand as a result of COVID-19 in the last 30 days. Our client services coordinator is on the phone all day, every day, 6 to 7 days a week, processing service requests from people who have registered and referring them to a business advisor. The reason I'm telling you this is the best way for businesses to get in the queue for services, and it is a long one, is to register online at the link that you see on the slide. By clicking on the Get Started and the Request Assistance button and answering the questions asked. That enables us then to get them quickly connected with the right consultant to help them with the services that they need. We're notified when someone registers. Our client services coordinator responds the same day to new requests. Consultants, as I said, connect with clients on average within 2 days of service requests from the business. We've brought on additional consultants. We're still operating with 2 staff people, myself and the client service coordinator, and we've all been working much longer hours than 6 to 7 days a week to respond to the urgent need of businesses. While businesses are on our website at this particular link, we encourage them to take advantage of the many COVID-19 resources that are there. I'm sure you all know that information changes frequently, sometimes on an hourly basis. And we consider it our job to stay up to date with all of the different federal and state resources to make sure that what people are getting is access to the correct, current factual information to eliminate stale or misinformation. All the links on that page go directly to the source, such as the SBA or the Department of Treasury, as well as state and local agencies. So the information is updated and factual based on it connecting with the initiating agency. So it's filtering out misinformation and rumors, which we think is very important to keep businesses up to date. The other two pieces I want to point out is the educational resources. They can go to the link that you see on the screen to find out what's available in terms of national, state, and local webinars. We don't just list those that we're presenting, but those that might be of interest from anywhere in those three locales. And then I just wanted to highlight again the disaster loan assistance. We've been working with businesses on economic injury disaster loan, Paycheck Protection Program. As you know, both of those, I assume you know, both of those loan programs ran out of funds last week. Congress is currently negotiating, and hopefully Senate passed today an extension of funds for both of those. Hopefully the House will pass that tomorrow, and we'll actually have money available to, when I say we, the system, there will be enough money available to start opening up new applications again for economic injury disaster assistance from the SBA and Paycheck Protection Program from a bank or a non-bank lender. What we do is we help businesses put their applications together to understand what their options are. They actually do the application. We have no influence over the loan decision or where they are in the queue. We're just trying to help them be successful in their application process. There is a new loan program in Monterey County called the Small Business Revolving Loan Fund Emergency Microloan that was just passed by the county last week. It is administered by my host, California Coastal Rural Development Corporation. It is basically to help businesses who are affected by the shelter in place, as most businesses are. They've modified the terms to provide emergency working capital loans of $5,000 to $25,000 for Monterey County businesses with 2 to 10 employees and revenues of $2 million or less, plus a few other eligibility requirements. They've already approved and funded the first 2 loan applications, and that was done within 6 days of application. So it is a much faster gap funding opportunity than the 2 federal loan programs. So there are other grant and loan programs that we're trying to stay up to date on and offer to folks if they don't get approved for the economic injury or the Paycheck Protection Program. Next slide. So what we need in terms of communicating with you is we want to raise awareness of available assistance with Marina businesses. We want to partner with Marina to reach small business owners to raise their awareness. And we understand that staff has been working with CSUMB and the Chamber on an outreach effort. We are also looking for qualified business consultants to assist in helping local businesses. So if you know of anyone who has that expertise and is looking to help out, please have them contact me. And then we're also looking for feedback from your community about what are the needs of Marina businesses to help inform future service programming, including webinar topics. We're offering webinars every Friday from 10 to 11:30 together with Monterey County Business Council, and we would like to make sure that what we offer in the future is as responsive to the needs of local businesses.
Thank you, Cindy. Also in the queue here to talk tonight, we have Frank Gessler of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and Dan Baldwin of the Community Foundation of Monterey County to talk to us about their new relief fund. Have you awareness of that, and are you connected and coordinating with them as well?
I do not have the details on that program. I believe Mr. Geisler is going to be our presenter at the webinar on Friday, our next webinar. And my plan is to get up to date on that so that that's something that we can offer to local businesses as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Cindy. Did you have anything else?
I didn't. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, and I hope you can stay with us for a bit. Does any council member have any burning questions? Because we need to pay attention to the time, and we have some expert business assistant guests with us tonight. Before we get to asking Frank O'Connell and Gail Morton and Lane to discuss the residential program that they've developed. Okay, let's go then. I wanted to have either Dan Baldwin or Frank Geisler talk about the relief fund of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and the Monterey County Community Foundation. Frank or Dan, which of you would like to educate us about what you're doing and how that might leverage or double or at least increase the money that we put into this as a city if we decide to do such a allocation? So I'll let Dan and Frank decide, and if one of you could start, that would be great.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Yes, Dan, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Frank and I didn't have this tightly choreographed, so I'll just kind of jump in.
And can you introduce yourself, Dan? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I will. Dan Baldwin. I'm the president, CEO of the Community Foundation for Monterey County. We're a grant maker in Monterey County, and in fact, we're the largest grant maker on the Central Coast. 4 weeks ago, we created the COVID-19 Relief Fund. It's raised about $2.4 million, and it has granted $1.43 million to this point, and we hope to get more donations into the fund. We're mostly concerned with people doing nonprofits working with really frontline affected populations around food security and financing emergencies. The topic here, though, is about a possibility of a small business relief fund. Frank and I have been talking about this for about 3 weeks, and we actually, have formed one. We've actually formed a grant committee to create guidelines and an application, and then be able to review applicants as they come into the committee. Your counterparts in Monterey are voting tonight as to whether they will seed a fund that will be geographically restricted to Monterey. And Frank has been in conversation with Mayor Delgado and some other municipalities about potential for them to put money into the fund that then we can help administer and maybe even leverage and attract some private dollars to come in, and that would continue to help Marina businesses. We get monies all the time at the community foundations that have limitations and restrictions. And so if you all voted to put money into this fund, we would honor all the restrictions. And I would imagine primarily they would be, the first and foremost would be they would have to be Marina businesses. But then other things about the size of businesses, the ownership, annual revenues. But we would also probably want to look at viability for returning to business, and because we're I'm not telling you anything you haven't talked about in a really unprecedented time. So I'll stop there, and perhaps Frank can chime in, or I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Frank, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
No, I'm just very happy that. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, to consider this opportunity to salvage the small business community, which is really, in dire straits right now.
Can you introduce yourself, Frank?
There's one thing that we don't want to see is the collapse of the small business community under our collective watch. So I appreciate the opportunity. As Dan has explained, there is all the technicalities have been set up for a grants committee, a development committee, the guidelines, protocol, and of course, everything that if it's admissible to be granted, those that are approved will be subject to ratification by your designated representative to make sure that this is in accordance to what you want. But obviously, it's got to be directed to small businesses in the city of Marina, and also to be able to leverage other funds to that effect. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Frank. And could you introduce yourself even though you're finished?
I'm sorry, I apologize. My name is Frank Geisler. I'm the CEO of Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce.
And are you also the general manager of the Sanctuary Resort and Marina?
No, I am not. I have a business in Marina with my son, Jonathan. Okay. And that's a promotional product company that's located on Reservation Road. But my son is running that business. So.
Right. Thank you, Frank, for correcting me. It's good to have your help with us tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
Point of order. We're at 10:30. I'd like to make a motion that we go until 11 so that we can hear about the small business ordinance that hopefully we will pass this evening.
And the residential program. I'll second that motion.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Let's go to the public to have any comments on extending to 11 o'clock tonight. Not seeing any. Roll call, please, Matt.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
As enthusiastic as always, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
And Mayor Delgado?
Yes, of course. Okay. So council, we've heard on the business side of things, and if the business guests can stay with us, that would be great. But we do have public waiting too. How about we hear on the residential program from either Councilor O'Connell, Mayor Pro Tem Morton, or City Manager Lane Long, and then we go to the public. Does that sound okay, council, or would you like to do it in a different fashion?
That's fine with me. I would just go to the city manager because I believe he's been working with our finance director, and we do have attached the resident loan requirements, I think, on the agenda item. But
okay. All right. So
that's fine with me.
All right. Thank you. So to clarify for the public, we've been discussing on the business side what we might do to help businesses. And now we're going to move to a similar initiative, but for residentials, for residents in Marina and who have residential properties and bills.
And Mayor, if we could have Eric Frost and Matt kind of tag team on this.
Sure. Dynamic duo.
Council, let me go through actually the proposed residential and business programs. At the last council meeting, the council tentatively said that we try to set aside $100,000 for a residential and $100,000 for a business program. The subcommittee of the council tried to create programs that are similar. You know, I did find one quote that says, you know, man, I can't do everything, but what we can do, we should try to do. And that's what I think the city's striving to do here. So let's go to the next slide. Really, the programs are similar, so I'm trying to just put them side by side so you can see the differences of the approach. They both would fund $100,000 for these two programs. The source on both is the general fund, and on both the city's determination is final, although additional applications if circumstances change could be submitted. Next slide, please. For the terms, for the residential program, the amount is suggested to be $2,000 per household. It'd be documented delinquent bills for rent, utilities, or mortgages on property located in Marina as a primary residence. And the interest would be 0 interest for a year, or if it's not repaid within a year, it'd be 3% from the loan's funding. So if you did not pay within a year, you go back, collect interest from the original funding. The business loan would be similar, although the amount has not been finalized. I think the subcommittee would like to discuss that amount. Limitation would be if you receive a residential loan, you wouldn't receive a business loan also. The basis loan, again, would be delinquent bills for rent, employee wages, or health benefits, utilities for business located in Marina. If not closed, and if they were closed, any unpaid business costs from during the economic event of COVID. It'd also be 0% interest for 1 year, or if it's not paid within 1 year, it'd be 3% from the funding. Next slide. The qualifications on the residential side, you must be a resident of Marina by January 1st, must have a household income less than 60% of the Monterey County's median, adjusted for household size, or non-discretionary debts more than 25% of your monthly income. You must have an economic damage due to COVID. So you have to have at least a 50% reduction in your working income. On the business side, you'd have a business license that would be dated back to January of 2019. The business would have 5 or fewer employees. You'd have to have household income. This would be your business income that converted into a household income of 90% of the Monterey County median. And you must have applied for the SBA, I've said this wrong, well, economic injury damage loans or disaster loans or the payroll protection program. So you need to apply for those SBA loans too. Next slide. So as we work through this, there are a couple alternatives that you might want to consider. As finance would give a little feedback, sometimes it's, as we make that a little more complicated, it might be helpful to remove the ability to qualify due to non-discretionary debt more than 25% of monthly income. But that could remain too. We just know that'll take a little more time to review and make sure we get documents for. We'd encourage providing a maximum term. We'd suggest probably 36 months, and then provide a minimum payment after the 1 year abeyance, that from there on you'd pay something like 1/20th of the original loan amount, so that you could have that going forward. Those are just options that we'd offer up. On the business side, a few other things. In another way of approaching who qualifies is that we could, instead of saying 5 employees or smaller, we could look at specific businesses that have been greatly impacted. And you could also look at the gross receipts. Our business license program, we know gross receipts of businesses, and we'd suggest that businesses that have gross receipts above $50,000, so that they are a true business that is, you're seeking a substantial, if not all of your income from, but less than $1 million would be the ones you might want to target. If you take recommendation number 1, you may not well, you could expand what we do in this recommendation after you've had the loans out for some period of time. Also, if you took care of those, you may change your discussion about the gross receipt criteria may be the only criteria you need to have. We also would suggest that you set some loan amount, and maybe for businesses it should be up to $10,000, so that would limit it to only 10 potential loans. You provide a maximum term and then at least some permanent payment term after a period of time. Next slide, please. Just to see what we would go through if we wanted to qualify the businesses on a calculation, we'd request from the businesses some information such as their tax forms. We'd look at their business income for a certain period of time. We'd add back depreciation. We'd also add back if the business had any draw for the owners. So in this example I put out here, let's say that they had $130,000 in business income and they had depreciation of $15,000 and the owner drew a salary of $50,000. If it was a single owner in this case, they would not qualify. However, if there were potentially 3 owners and they each had 4 they're each from households of 4, their individual income would be $65,000, and then they would qualify using the criteria that looking at income. Next slide, please. If you decide to do something more on the lines of looking at businesses and targeting them, we've pulled out from our database those businesses that seem to be the most heavily impacted: beauty parlors, cafes, some general retail and restaurants, and some vehicle businesses inside the city limits that have revenues, gross revenues of under $1 million. You can see there's a little over 100 there, but that might be another way of going forward. Next slide. So council, that's very quickly what those are. We've given you packages that just summarizes that information. It also has an information application with that. The city attorneys approved or created a promissory note for both programs. And with your direction, we can complete this and move forward. Happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, let's go to questions by council members. And we'll try to keep it to questions first, and then we'll go to comments best we can. Let's start with Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Eric, why the 36 months repayment as compared to 1 year?
Council, we were just trying to come with a number that was probably bearable. We know that you're a small business and you're having to dig yourself out of a hole. It's hard. It's 1 year would be fine too. But if you have a $10,000 loan, 1 year means you're paying something back. Well, if you have a $10,000 loan, it's a little under $1,000 a month. We thought 36 months gives it a little more time, but that's certainly a choice. You can go either way on.
And as to the residential loans up not to exceed $2,000, were we just giving them 1 year though, correct?
That's correct right now. We're just saying that's an alternative.
And are you suggesting, you gave us, I think, 5 different business types. Are you suggesting that are indicating to us that you consider those to be the ones that have been harmed or damaged the most by the virus as far as business income?
From what we've been able to determine, they seem to be the ones that are most damaged and probably most needing of this effort. And we kept it under $1 million in gross receipts because they're the ones that probably are on the edge and have fewer resources. We did look at restaurants, for example, that were above $1 million, and when we looked at them, they tend to be chain restaurants. In contrast, the other restaurants were almost all local here.
So are you asking for discretion as to the type of restaurants? For example, McDonald's versus Noodle Bar or a Burger King. If the 3 of them were to walk in, fill out, I assume it's on a first come, first served basis. But if they were to come in at the same time, you'd be having a tendency to want to favor the local one that doesn't have the international reputation like a McDonald's.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Eric and Matt, I like the simplicity of 5 employees, and I'm thinking about all the small businesses that I'm thinking of, and they don't have more than 5 employees. So I think that would actually work for these micro businesses that are even smaller than a lot of small businesses. But I wanted to ask you, in your estimation, what % of those businesses that you added up with the retail, the restaurants, et cetera, there seemed like there was about 100 of those. About what % of those do you think have more than 5 employees? Because I wouldn't want to leave them out if there were a lot of those, or even any of those had more than 5 employees.
The area we were concerned about was restaurants. In restaurants, you typically have a number of employees, although many of them are part-time. And the question we asked ourselves is if you made 5 the number in restaurants, you might exclude a number that maybe have a number of part-time employees.
Right. Would it make any sense to say no more than 5 full-time employees, or would that open it to too many bigger businesses?
So if I interpret that, Mayor, what you'd say is that we'd say 5 full-time equivalents, and so we'd go and ask how many hours they employed all their employees. We'd add that up, and if it was no more than 5 full-time equivalents, then they would qualify. I think that'd go a long ways.
Is that messier than your revenue criteria would be? Which one's simpler?
Yes.
That would be messier. Okay, well, I don't want to suggest something that's messier than your alternative, but 5 employees would have been simpler. But okay, my other question is the first come, first serve. Do you think that would put an undue burden on the smallest businesses and the non-English speaking, the less sophisticated businesses might not be the first comers. The first comers might be the English speakers, the more secure businesses that had the time and the experience to apply for this money right away. Do you think that they would be, that the non-English smallest businesses would be at a disadvantage to get the first come, first serve? And would it hurt the program if we gave everyone 7 days or 10 days and then we looked at all the applications? So it was not a first come, first serve.
We could probably do it not first come, first serve, but I think one of the things by identifying these businesses here, and Matt has been working very hard in getting consultants and doing an outreach. If tonight the council said, we want you to focus on this 100 or so and make some outreach and see if there is an interest, we could do that in maybe 2 or 3 weeks and see if there was any money left over. That is one advantage of just focusing on a smaller group. But there is a challenge by those that are probably, it would be terrible to go out and just because someone's better at writing something up, we miss some good business. I think that's correct.
Okay, and on the residential side, I would have the same thought that if it was first come, first serve, you'd have a rush, and those that were more able would beat the rush, and those that were less able, too busy, too many children, too many responsibilities at home, they would be a little slower than people that were just better circumstanced to get it in fast.
That's the challenge of any of these. You're right.
Okay, it was just a question.
Actually, could I ask or add one comment about the thinking about the number of employees in the business? A lot of the programs that you've seen so far by the feds have been based on trying to keep people employed. So would the criteria for the number of employees be, say, prior to their business having to close or prior to the COVID crisis, or would it be as of today? I mean, if they've laid off 20 employees and now they only have 2, they now qualify, or are we looking to?
Yeah, then Kohl's would qualify because Kohl's laid off all 65 workers. I don't mean to laugh at that they left it up, but yeah, the big businesses would be qualifying for that. That's a good question, Matt. Let's just keep that in our minds. I don't think we need an answer to it right now. That's a really good question. Gail, we lost you, I think, for just a short while, but we're glad to have you back. And go ahead, Gail.
So the thing about what the mayor is saying is about leaving a time period like 7 days or 10 days, some period of time, and then making evaluations. The idea of first come, first serve was that when the money runs out, the money runs out. And the city council could then decide, do we need to do something more? But it was trying to give some urgency to get your application in there. And the second thing is you don't want to say, well, we're going to wait for every one of these 100 businesses to submit an application or tell us they don't want to. The point is we're trying to get the money out into the hands of the residents and the businesses as quickly as possible. The process for submitting these were either online, or I don't know if that made the staff report, but it's online, it's in person by drop off or by mail. So we're trying to get them in and get them reviewed and get the money going quickly. The one other question I have for you, Eric, is when the screen shows right now proposed businesses, and I think these businesses are hard hit and keeping us focused there. I'm not trying to help out Kohl's, even though they might only have 2 employees currently.
Zero.
And part of that is going to the slide and looking at income and what the business income is because we don't want to help a Kohl's. So yes, there's 2 people that might still be employed at Kohl's, but if you're a manager making $180,000 a year, you don't need this for yourself. And Kohl's doesn't need this. So there's some element about income that's relevant.
I agree. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Berkeley. I thought you had your hand up, Lisa. Maybe you took it down.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton addressed something that I was asking about, so thank you.
Okay, well, Council, let's move to comments and a motion, and then we'll get to public comment. I'll just be very brief. I kind of want to finish this tonight so that staff can work out a lot of the details. I myself don't really want to dictate too many details because of the hour and because it would be a quick fix. I would rather trust staff to develop some of these details. So I won't be offering a lot, but there's one detail I wanted to offer, and that is on the business maximum. I think if we brought it down to 7,000, it could potentially help 13 businesses. If we leave it at 10,000, we would only help 10 businesses. And so I would like us to consider perhaps lowering the 10,000 to 7,000, just so that it could be stretched further to more businesses. Because I think we will run out fairly quickly. That's my only real comment. Let's go to Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. My suggestion would be that we very quickly this evening appoint a committee made up of finance director, city manager or assistant city manager, and 1 council member to make the decisions based on the documents we have seen prior to tonight, as well as the ones we were just presented with, and get this program going, or these 2 programs going. I think we all have the same urgency in mind, and we have to address these things as quickly as possible. Really quickly, as far as the 7,000 instead of 10,000, my thought is, and I think Mayor Pro Tem's was also, that if and when we get to the point where the money's almost gone, we're going to be asking for a special council meeting to address the possibility of additional funds being put into the loan program. But that's all the way down the road. So I would just like to make a motion that we appoint assistant city manager, the finance director, and I'm willing to, if Mayor Pro Tem Morton isn't, to serve on this.
Councilman O'Connell, with that motion, your original statement included the city manager in that committee?
I'll tell you what, I'll leave it the option to be the city manager, or the city manager can appoint the assistant city manager.
How about both if they choose, Frank?
Sure.
So we'll say the assistant and or the city manager, depending on the 2 of their preference.
And the finance director.
And the finance director.
And
either
myself,
Frank or Gail.
I'm fine. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter to me either. So Frank or Gail, either one. We just want to get it going. So if Frank's available tomorrow morning and Eric is, and Matt or Lane are, Frank's my guy.
Frank, are you available tomorrow morning?
I am.
Okay. All right, I'll second the motion. Let's go to public comment. Let's make sure we don't have any council. Okay. Let's go to Paula Pillow and then Kathy Biala.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so very quickly on this slide where it shows the income qualifications for residents, it shows that the qualifier is 60% of the area median income. And I think I mentioned this before, the state standard, the state and federal guidelines are 80% for low income, 50 to 80%. And if you peg that at 60%, you're going to be leaving the opportunity for a number of residents who are really hurting. You're going to be leaving them out in the cold. And I think that that's wrong. I think that what that should say instead of 60% is 80% or below of the median income adjusted for family size. And that gets a wider range of people. Otherwise, you're leaving a lot of people who are really struggling out in the cold. And these are the state and federal guidelines. You can go to HCD, the state, our state's Housing and Community Development Department. The guidelines are very clear out there as to what they are. And those are the guidelines, by the way, that we use for our affordables here in Preston and Abrams Park. The 80% is the marker for very low income. And those are people who are struggling, who have jobs that pay less, if they have them at all at this point, or they are probably underemployed to begin with. So I would really like to see that number change to 80% or below of the median income adjusted for family size. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Good point. Let's go to Kathy.
Hi, thank you. I just want to caution you on the businesses. Please really look at the number of employees. If you set it at 5 employees per restaurant, you are going to eliminate so many of our mom and pops. FTEs is a better way to do it, but absolutely make sure you understand how many people that is to cover restaurants that are open 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will omit using 5 FTEs. There's no way that people can cover that many shifts with so little 5 employees or with some of these that you're suggesting. So please do your homework and find out really concretely how many employees or how many FTEs are these small mom and pops actually using. And I just want to give another plea that next time, please put COVID-19 in the beginning of the agenda. Cindy Mirzon's presentation was so good, and all the businesses have not, I mean, nobody was probably watching this at 10:30 to 11. So please consider that when you're trying to reach out to the small businesses, they're not going to be here at the end of the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And let's go to Darren and then Pat.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, the council members and mayor. Thanks for being here tonight. I know it's getting late. I just want to say that I feel that COVID-19 is the most important thing going on, not only in our city, but on the whole world stage, of course. And I would request that anything COVID related is put at the top of the agenda meeting list. I just think it's so important, and it's affecting our lives at every single second that we are breathing right now. So I just would like to request that anything COVID related, if we could talk about that first. Thanks so much, and thanks for being there, and good night, and thank you.
Thanks, Nan. And we've been putting COVID first and not getting to these other matters. And so to get to these other matters, we had to put, at least tonight, some things before COVID. But we appreciate that comment, Nan and Kathy, before you. Okay, let's go to Pat.
I mean, you just wait. Why not put the COVID first?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Pat.
Hi. I agree with Paula and Kathy. I feel strongly that it can't be first come, first served. I think that there should be a time period, whether it's 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, everything gets evaluated, then the decisions are made. If the things are tied, then maybe it can go to lottery, but there has to be a time limit so it's fair to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And let's go to Christina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I know we're on a time frame here. I just want to say thank you for bringing this matter forward. It's very important. I agree that the 5 number is also questionable. of full-time employees. And I would also suggest a representative possibly from the Chamber of Commerce join your committee, because they have been working with our small business community, and any literature about these programs to our businesses and residents be done in different languages as well. As we know, so many of our businesses are ethnic and not always 100% proficient in English, as are our residents. So, and also thank you, Mr. Geisler and Mr. Baldwin, for joining in this meeting and doing what you're doing for the cities of Monterey and helping to recover our business revenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, let's close public comment, and I think that we will take those comments to heart regarding the number of employees, the first come, first serve versus some number of days, and the other comments we heard. Let's go to Frank O'Connell.
Mr. Mayor, just point of order.
11 o'clock.
I'll motion that we go to 11:15 if necessary to finish this item.
Second.
Does any member of the public wish to comment on this motion to extend for a few more minutes? All right, then Matt, if you can give us a roll call, please.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Utia,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell,
I believe so.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, and I would like to make this comment before the motion is made by somebody that this group of Frank and Eric and Matt or Lane, I hope that they're going to be reaching out to Cindy and Dan and Frank and the CSUMB folks and the Chamber of Commerce of Marina. But I think that the bigger that committee gets, the harder it is for that committee to meet, to make everyone's schedules work. But there's nothing to hold that committee back from getting the expertise of all the people that have been involved to date. And I'm sure that they're going to do that because Matt's been increasing his outreach to those kinds of experts, and we've seen that tonight. Okay, Councilmember Morton, would you like to make a motion?
Frank O'Connell already made the motion, and I would just ask if he would accept a friendly amendment to indicate that their first loans will be awarded no sooner than 7 days after the first date we accept applications, and that we increase the number of employees to 10 or less.
That's fine, and I'd also like to make, instead of 60% for residents, make it 80%.
Oh yeah, I missed that
Ms.
one.
Pelosi. And that's fine. Minimum.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can we restate the motion?
The motion is to, I don't know who asked, but I'll repeat it. The motion is to appoint a committee consisting of the finance director, the city manager and/or the assistant city manager, and Councilman Frank O'Connell, that the number of employees in the business would be 10 or less, that the gross income median would be, instead of 60%, would be 80% on the residential, and there was, I believe, a 7-day period for getting in the necessary application information instead of first come, first serve.
Correct.
Am I accurate on that?
Yes.
That's the motion.
Okay, and I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment that if the committee wants to change some of these details as they look into this, that they be given the authorization to do so. I trust that they're not going to do it so radically that it would be nonsensical, but I do believe that once you get into it, what we quickly addressed tonight might not seem the best way to the committee, and I'd like the committee to have some authority to make some changes if they see fit.
Certainly.
Does the second hold?
Yes, I'll accept that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't think we need to go back to the public because we have largely approved what we've been discussing, but I do want to hear from Councilmember Urrutia and then Bob Rathie, who have their hands up. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comment. I was going to ask that we just remove the employee qualification altogether, but I think your friendly amendment would give the committee the leeway to consider businesses that have more than 10 employees, because honestly, I don't know how many employees a business that should otherwise qualify has. I'm not in that sphere, so I would just ask the committee, look at that and consider the 10 is not really a hard set in stone number.
Okay. They do have that authority, I think, once they look into it. I'm thinking of Michael's, it's a Mexican restaurant that's open 7 days a week, and they may have more than 10 people, but they should qualify for assistance if they desire. Okay, let's go to Bob Rathie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put up, before we leave this matter, I think it is important. You have a motion before you right now, and a vote on that is appropriate, but you also have 2 resolutions that contain findings, and it's important that the council adopt findings in support of both of these programs.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Frank, would you like to add that to your motion?
Yes, I'd make a motion that we approve both resolutions with the appropriate findings that are set forth therein.
So that's an amendment to your motion. Does the second hold? I saw Gail say.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you everyone, especially to the public and our expert advisors to be on the phone with us this long. Let's have a roll call, please, Matt.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember Morton? I'm
Yes.
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
Who did I skip? Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
And Mayor Delgado?
Yes, so thank you everyone for being a very good team on this, from the public to the expert advisors to the staff and the council.
And
Mr.
Mayor, before we leave this, I know we didn't make it as part of the motion, but I'm hoping the applications that are here, connections to that would be put on the website, and that we get this information out in addition to the outreach to the businesses, especially for residents. Thank you.
I think that those kinds of actions are well within the purview of the subcommittee we've established.
So if I may, I will try to contact the city manager and or the finance director tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. And I think we could forego the council and staff information reports given the hour.
Yes,
and just say
one question on that, and I believe the answer is going to be no on this, but the council has given previous direction that the city manager report at every regular meeting on any actions taken under the authority of the emergency proclamation. I don't believe there have been any since your last regular meeting, but I think it's important that we follow that.
And that is correct. I've taken no additional actions on that. I did want to make council just aware of a couple things. I will be sending a letter to the Monterey One Water supporting a request by MCWD to increase their weighted vote from 2 to 3 members. And this is based on the population formula when the JPA was formed, and Marina Coast is now annexed in a significant part of the Ord communities, and their population has increased. And so I will be sending a letter to that board. Time is an issue that I need to get that out by the end of this week. So just to let you know that I am sending that letter, and if any of you have a problem, just let me know individually. The other matter is relating to the alternative site that we have out there at the airport. I'm working with Bob Rathie. We may have to bring some items back to the council for approval. We may need a conditional use permit. We have a lease with Joby. They're entering into a lease with the county for just temporarily using their facilities. We may need to dot some I's and cross some T's, and if so, we may need to schedule a special meeting with the council, but I'll keep you abreast of that.
Lane and Bob, could that be a disaster council approval instead of the council, unless the council wants to meet for that reason?
I think it would, if it's something that would need it, would have to be back to the council.
Okay. All right.
I agree, because it involves the underlying leases in one respect.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, everyone. I think we made some good progress tonight, and thanks to everyone that's helped us get there. Have a nice evening, everybody.
Good night.